Hello.
Mr. Ramesh,
Yes.
you are audible. You are actually audible, and you are actually streaming as well.
Okay. You are able to see me?
We are able to see you. The audience is also seeing you.
Okay,
So you
great.
can just go ahead with it.
You're able to
Just a minute.
see the
Just a minute.
screen?
Yeah, we are able to see the screen. Just a minute. Professor is actually joining.
Okay.
Okay. Professor is also joining there. So once he joins, he will start. Just a minute. Sir, வரல ஒரே நிமிஷம் actually. இங்க just a minute, sir. Just a minute.
Sir, Bala sir. Bala sir, கேக்குதுங்களா?
செந்தில் சார்.
சார் அந்த இன்னொரு லிங்க்
இல்ல இதுலயே இப்போ இன்டர்னலா மாத்த சொல்லிட்டோம் சார். So this is good to go and people are also able to see in the YouTube channel actually.
சரிங்க சார், ஓகேங்க சார்.
I'll share the YouTube thing, so people are actually watching here. Maybe you can actually see here. Just a minute. Chat. So you can click and see here. 41 people are watching it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I joined. So can we go ahead, Bala?
Yes, sir. We can go ahead, sir.
Okay.
So people are also able to see you.
Okay.
The YouTube link which I gave in the chat window is the one used by the teachers actually. 47 people are watching now.
Okay. Good morning, participants. Good morning, Mr. Ramesh, Bala, my colleagues Sendil, Dr. Inian, and all the team members from CUIC. In fact, indeed, we are very happy and thankful to all the organizations like TCS, Cognizant, GUVI, coming forward to conduct this 2 days train the trainer program on Python skills. First of all, my sincere thanks to Mr. Ramesh Balaji. Later, I will introduce about Mr. Balaji. To set the context for this 2 days program, friends, we all aware as part of the Anna University curriculum, Python skill is one of the core courses we introduced some time back. And it is being widely used across various industry verticals, especially on IT and IT services and IT product development. So in the recent times, when you look at the result scenario of these candidates, there are a lot of failures. So the Vice Chancellor of Anna University has called the CUIC team and they said, is it possible to conduct a kind of a sensitization program to the faculty members, inviting the industry experts from the industry to conduct. So originally we thought of doing it on an offline classroom kind of a mode, but somehow due to this pandemic, we could not able to do that. So my sincere thanks to our beloved Vice Chancellor and the Registrar for giving approval to conduct this kind of a training program to all the faculty members who are working in the university colleges as well as the affiliated colleges of Anna University. So with that background, we have started this program. Friends, I am representing a center called Center for University Industry Collaboration. On an average, we attract 200 to 250 companies every year. When you look at the companies visiting campus, when they conduct a coding kind of a test, normally they say the students can use their choice of programming language and do that, but predominantly the expectation from the industry is the Python skills. So that's the reason why focusing towards that only. We introduced that as a core course in all the discipline. And you all aware, you all also work with me. And the Python programming is being used widely in all industry, whether it is an industry which has an application of Internet of Things or an industry which has an application of machine learning or whatever it is. The basic core programming skills, Python is being widely used and popular. So that's the reason why we requested the TCS. So TCS was kind enough in nominating Mr. Ramesh Balaji, the speaker for today's session. In fact, Mr. Ramesh Balaji is a senior data scientist working in TCS with a keen focus towards the smart cities, and is handling a lot of projects within TCS on smart cities. And he loves to understand the interesting patterns of smart people through machine learning techniques. And Ramesh has played a very key role in assisted living by interpreting the activity patterns of the elderly through data image and recognition forms. And he holds a master's degree in computer engineering from California National University for advanced studies in US. Such an eminent faculty is with us today, and he will set the tone for the discussion today with the actual use cases. Then followed by Mr. Arun and Balamurgan will handle the session today. And tomorrow we have another speaker from another industry in the morning by 9:30. And thereon the application part will be taught by the GUVI. Friends, after the end of the program, we are planning to give you a certificate. Probably that will be an e-form certificate you can download and you can print it and you can store it. So, and I requested GUVI Balamurgan to conduct a pre-test. After this, our TCS speaker, Mr. Ramesh Balaji, is delivered, there will be a pre-test. The pre-test, pre-test is going to be for 20 minutes. So to touch upon, brush up on your basics and fundamentals on Python. And then tomorrow, at the end of the day, there will be a pre-test and the post-test will be there. So then we try to find out the training, learning evaluation through that. That's one area. The second one is we may share a Google link form for the feedback from you. So that also you can do that tomorrow. That will be a pointer for us to get prepared for the future courses. So with this background, now I'll once again, on behalf of Anna University and CUIC, my sincere thanks and appreciation to Mr. Ramesh for his time out and in accepting our invitation to be the guest speaker today. And thank you, Bala and his team members, for the wonderful arrangement they made through online to connect with people. So now over to Mr. Ramesh for the rest of the day process. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Am I audible?
You are audible, Ramesh. You are audible.
And thanks for the opportunity. And
No, konja louder. No, konja, if it is a little bit louder, it will be nice.
yeah. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. And definitely, I mean, it'll be a pleasure for me to talking with you all. And so with this, I think you have given me the introduction of about me and what I will be doing. So let me go into the presentation now. So so basically, the idea of this presentation is how just give a brief about Python and how Python can be used in some of the important application industries. So that is the use case. And finally, I want to talk about where there are good resources about Python. So that is the overall idea of my flow. And with that, I hope, I think we are all talking in a pandemic situation. I hope the situation improves in the next few days and we all live a new normal life. Okay. So let me start with this. I'm sure the people who are here and the professors watching this video, they would definitely used Python. So though Python as an animal is scary, Python as a programming language is actually it's a very sweet. So
Ramesh, can you increase your voice level, Ramesh, little?
Sure,
Because
sure.
I could not be able to.
1 second. Is it better now?
Yeah, now it's better now. Yeah, it's better now.
Okay. So basically,
Yeah.
okay. So as I mentioned earlier, so Python is definitely a sweet language in terms of the usage. So what Python is basically, unlike a compiled language, it's an interpreted language. So there is an interpreter, and which watches every piece of your code. And it's high level, meaning you don't need to get into the machine level learning. And it's a general purpose language which can be used across various different applications. And one of the great gentlemen who started this Python, who invented this Python, is Mr. Guido van Rossum. I put this photo here. I think I mean, we are all indebted to him because there are so many applications created in Python by so many industries for, and many people, like personally myself, making a living because of this gentleman, because I'm using Python. And as a matter of fact, it is a very simple and easy language. And one of the important things, especially coming from a industry standpoint, people who come from a Java background or a .NET background, then we want to have involve them in a Python related things when we get new projects. The learning curve is very, very less. Okay, so there's a significant learning reduction, and especially people who come with cross skills. Okay, people who start Python as a programming language and they are new to the computer itself.
Ramesh, sorry to interrupt. Have you shared the screen? Have you shared the slides?
Yes, I think I have shared.
Yeah. Because you're not able to see the slides, are you yet to start?
One second. Yeah, you're able to. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Now you can come into the full mode. Yeah.
Okay. It's okay now.
Yeah. Now it's okay. Absolutely fine.
Okay. So, so basically, as I mentioned earlier, you can see the photo now of Mr. Guido van Dusen. So, basically, Python is it's a significantly important language, and the learning curve is very definitely is very going to be very, very less if you are either going for a new person who's starting his IT skill, or a person who already learned something and you want to go to Python. So either way, the learning curve is going to be not that much. Okay, it is not going to be a learning language like C or C++, where the underlying concepts are very important. Python, you can straight away start using your code. And the other one is Python is an open source license. See, I just want to people who are not familiar or people who are know about these open source to free software. So there's a significant difference. People might misconstrue between these two, free software versus open source. See, open source is something where the source code is open, okay, which means that the people who develop a particular application, they also source their code actually, which means that they say, okay, this is my code, you can take a look at it. Okay. Now, is it open source is a free? Sometimes it is free. Sometimes they are bound by a specific license restrictions. So let me jump to another screen so that it will be easy to understand what I'm saying. Okay. Um, you're able to see the screen. This is a GitHub screen. If anybody not able to see the screen, let me know. Okay, this is a GitHub screen. So this is where a person who's wants to share his code, he will normally post his this particular set of code in the GitHub. GitHub is basically available for around it's a developer site where people post their code. So anybody who wants to use the code, they can straight away go to the GitHub and then start downloading it. And every GitHub, they have to see here, they are bounded by some license clauses. Okay, you see here, you see a thing called BSD3. Okay, this is a licensed one. So you look at some of the permissions for using this code is given. They say commercial use, modification. You can use it for your, if you're starting a company, you can straight away use this code. You can modify it, you can distribute it, you can use it. But there are some limitations are there. And for example, if you are telling about the authors of that code, saying that you cannot quote them unless you get permission from their authors. About if you're using their author's name, you have to get their permission. So the license term varies actually. So I just want to give understanding about people who are new to this open source free software. Free software means I'll give you a software, you can use it for free, but I not necessarily I will source my code open. So there's a significant difference between that. So now with that, let me go to that actual slide. So this is about Python, and one of the important significant thing about Python is it has so many libraries, third-party libraries that have been supported. Okay, for example, the one which we see, Dexplot, which we seen earlier in my screen. Okay, that particular library can be accessed from Python. So that is one of the package that is available in Python. So if you want to, if you go to this Python package index, there will be so many libraries, and all you need is if you have a Python environment, all you need is do a pip install of that library and start using the library straight away. So that is one of the significant popularity why this Python currently have is because there are so many libraries for so many different applications are supported. And what I'm planning to do in the next few slides is I want to take up particularly 4 industries. Okay, one is retail, another one is banking, another one is insurance, another one is healthcare. So the reason I took up these 4 industries is basically these industries where we are significantly connected as a normal citizen. Okay, where we go to shop, so which means we get involved in retail. We go to bank for our transaction, where we get involved in the banking area, and pretty much most of us take insurance, either a more vehicle insurance, life insurance, or so we get involved in the insurance. And of course, when we are not well, we go to hospitals or clinics. So I want to touch the healthcare. So this is the idea about taking off these 4 specific industries, and but it is not that this is restricted to these 4 industries. If you look at the link down there, Python success stories, you can get it under python.org. There are so many success stories across different industries. Case studies have been given. So definitely you can make use of that and see how Python has been leveraged by many industries. So if anybody is having problem in hearing me, let me know. So I'm assuming that it's no news is good news. So these are some different applications of Python. So if you look at it, the standard web development or and desktop GUI, that is something which you can see in other areas like .NET or Java. But things like data science and data visualization, machine learning and artificial intelligence, video applications, embedded applications. These are the places I see Python has done extremely well. Okay? And especially machine learning, artificial intelligence, data science, data visualization. There are so many libraries that have been supported. Even simulation. I recently started working on creating one simulation app. Okay, there's a library called SimPy. Okay. So that library supports a simulation kind of application. And as for machine learning and artificial intelligence, there are umpteen libraries, even in deep learning area. And visualization, the one which I showed you was a GitHub, which is a Dexplot. It's a wonderful visualization library supported in Python. And data science, where you can look at data and parse the data, and in terms of finding out patterns, there are many libraries available. And video applications, one of the significant support Python has for video applications through a support of its library called OpenCV. OpenCV. Okay, OpenCV supports one of the very popular machine vision application. So software. So definitely Python has a lot of it supports that library, and that helps us significantly use many. I personally used the video applications. I find patterns in a couple of video related applications. So my skill set is basically lying on this machine learning, AI, and data science, video, and we use some of those embedding applications for data learning. So as far as embedded applications is concerned, you can see Python can be used in Raspberry Pi and things like that. So the variety of different platforms in which we can see the usage of Python that you can do it. So now let me straight away go to the use cases. So this is I'll start with the retail. Okay, this retail is something very close to my work. I worked in Walmart Corporation in the US for some time, around 5 years actually. So most of the retailing concepts are very exciting concept, very involved and innovative. So and you can in your day-to-day life, we would be using a lot of retail in our day. We go to shop, and we also use a lot of online e-commerce application like Flipkart or Amazon. So if you are using that, definitely if you say, for example, if you use Amazon.com or Flipkart, definitely if you buy a product, you will be seeing the people who bought this also bought this. So this is basically called a recommendation. So basically, the application in Amazon wants to recommend you people who bought the item which you are buying. They also bought some other items that people of your type will buy. So basically, they call this as a collaborative. So it is basically how I take users as an input and then find out, like you, how many users who bought this item also bought something other items. So I want to recommend that to you. That is, they call us collaborative. The other one is content-based filtering, which is most of segmenting based on the product types. Okay, if I buy a particular apparel, so I'm focusing on the particular apparel-related recommendation. So these are called content-based filtering. So these recommendation tools are definitely a great utility for retailers, and irrespective of either he's a brick and mortar retailer like a shop you see in our streets, or it can be a great utility for people who are using e-commerce as a primary platform like Amazon, Flipkart, things like that. So recommendation engines are very key, and there are machine learning and deep learning libraries to build these collaborative filtering. So they are all available as part of this recommendation engine. So Python supports. You cannot take one recommendation engine and just start using it Python, but Python allows you to create these kind of recommendation engines, and these deep learning libraries or machine learning libraries definitely can be greater use in creating this recommendation. So another concept I would say is the price optimization. So price optimization is basically how I need to price my product so that the customer finds the price attractive, and it also should be very nominal for him, so that what do you call we take care of the customer and the customer takes care of us. So price plays a very important part here. So the right price for the item is a key, one of the key benefits of this optimization. And as far as price information is concerned, if you look at how a typical retailer do the pricing is they take a particular item and see the cost of the product, and then they apply a markup on the top of the product, and then they see what all the products from the competitors, and is it something very is the pricing something very similar to the competitor product, or is it less than to it? So these are some of those aspects they take into consideration when they do a price optimization, so that you will find the price attractive. So there's so many underlying programming intricacies will go on determining a price of a single item. Okay? And of course, it goes up to a product level also. So there are a lot of data analysis involved, and then there is a lot of taking the data, picking out the pieces, and putting it all together to come up with the price. So definitely, price optimization, one of the key use cases for the retailer. And in terms of how do you take out those price information, and how do you look at that price information, what is that it gives you information, all this, there are libraries available. Okay, libraries are like pandas, matplotlib, plotly. So these things allows you to extract and explore this data. Okay, and you can use this especially for the data analytics standpoint. So since I come from that data science background, so I hope I'll be a little biased towards that area. But Python as a general application language, you can slice and dice data, and many not only pandas, there are many more tools available, libraries available where you can slice and dice the data. So that is price optimization, and the other one is customer sentiment analysis. Okay, so if you see that typically, if I'm coming up with, especially during Diwali time in India, and during Christmas time in US and all, uh, there'll be a lot of offerings that will be going on. So most of them are how I the right price for the product. So there are a lot of discounts that will be given to the product. So so many things will be going on, and people who bought this product, and people who use this product, they give you a lot of what do you call reviews about this product. Okay, so these reviews, for example, if I take Amazon case itself, if you take a product and look down, you will see a lot of reviews about the product. So basically, it expresses what the customer thinks about that product. So basically, sentiment analysis is nothing but what they think about the product. Is that their review is positive or negative? What is the sentiment? It's like as we see in movie, we see a sentiment movie, right? It's kind of a lot of pathos, or what do you call that? It's a comedy movie. So what is the sentiment behind that? So people who buy the product, they also have a sentiment behind buying that product. So that is called customer sentiment analysis. So how do we understand the customer sentiment analysis? So basically, they process a sentence and then say whether it's a positive or negative attitude. So it's negative sentiment or positive sentiment. So what they think about the product. So people take it, the retailer basically take those sentiments either from a Twitter in common. So Twitter, two friends will chat about a particular product they bought in, say, Flipkart or Amazon or Walmart. So the retailers will be so interested in taking those information also. And apart from people who normally give the reviews as part of buying a product. So all this will be taken into consideration and understand what is the sentiment about a particular offering, or a particular, what do you call it, a season sale, or a particular product. So they look at it. So there are a lot of NLP libraries. Okay, there are some, you can straight away start using libraries like TextBlocks, Spacey, and all. Very neat libraries, and you can put your sentence and then say what is the sentiment of the sentence. I suggest you take a look at it and then straight away see what it is. And there's another library I want to mention is Polyglot. A polyglot in English means a person who speaks a lot of different languages. That's called a polyglot. So Polyglot, this library, as far as NLP is concerned, it supports many languages. Okay. At least 50 plus, even 100. So you can even try if you want to try a different language. And so this is the customer central analysis about the retail cases. And I just want to, I'm just putting one link here called stitchfix.com. It has nothing to do with Python here. Okay, this is a very interesting site where it's like our tailor shop. Okay, so people who are not interested in going and shopping. Okay, typically I would say there are many persons who didn't want to go to shop and then look at many items and buy one. They kind of find it boring. It could be a male or a female, whoever may be. Okay. So what the Stitch Fix does is you may want to go and look at it in your leisure time. Stitch Fix does is you provide your measurements, okay, to that particular site. And what Stitch Fix does is it takes those measurements and come out with a shirt or a pant, whatever you request, whatever type of category. So it gives you that. And the success of this is this Stitch Fix has no shops. Okay, it runs in San Francisco, no shops, and the entire software runs as part of the data science. Okay, so in terms of understanding customer sentiment, in terms of understanding what is the inventory, getting the right inventory, what the customer likes and dislikes. So this seems to be a very successful retail business actually, and that is. I just thought of sharing some information on stitchfix.com. Now, with this, I want to go now to the banking use cases. So we have come down. I mean, we have completed retail. Now we are going to banking. So for us, we typically go to bank for deposit or for withdrawal loan or loan applications and things like that. So one of the top priority use cases as far as banking is concerned is fraud reduction. Okay, fraud reduction is a person performing so many transactions. Okay, typically fraud happens is when somebody steals something. Okay, for example, if your ATM card is lost or somebody drawing large amounts from their bank account. So these are all fraudulent transactions. So the fraud reduction is very, very important. So typically what happens is a normally customer what do you call he provides that information on the frauds. But banks don't want that. Banks automatically whenever they see a pattern where if it is an outlier is basically something abnormal. Okay, something abnormal happens in customer account. They want to identify that and then they want to fix it and they want to alert the customer. So that is what fraud reduction. This is one of the very important use cases in fraud. For example, if I'm using a credit card, I personally have seen when I use my credit card for some transactions, if I do 3 or 4 transactions continuously on my credit card, I used to get a call from the bank saying that have you done this? Or if my value of my transaction is very high, something which I normally don't do as an average, I will get a call from the banking company. So why they do it? They want to make sure their financial information is safe with them, and it gives the confidence to the customer. Okay, my bank is taking care of me. So very, very important use case for banking. And as far as one of the fraud reduction, there's a lot of it is basically how you detect fraud. Okay, so how do you detect fraud is basically is an outlier. So what is normal and what is abnormal? So that is a differentiation these people make on it. So given a set of history data, you feed into a deep learning library or a machine learning library like random forest, or even deep learning libraries like autoencoders. Definitely, given the right set of optimized inputs, it will help you understand what do you call these autoencoders, where the difference between a normal input and an abnormal input. They call it the reconstruction error. Okay, if there is a high reconstruction error, which means that there is some problem. So that's how they typically detect the fraud. Another one use case is risk model. Risk modeling is if somebody asks for a loan in a bank. I'm just giving one case, loan in a bank, and if the bank wants to know whether the person is eligible, one thing. Second is if the person has a good credit history, whether he will return my loan without any issues. So that is the credit risk analysis. So basically, there are tools, look at the data, and then there are libraries like Pandas, and there are extremely good libraries like XGBoosting and Random Forest, and SVM, we call it support vector machines. So those are some of the things that will help you classify a customer, whether he's a good customer or is a not a good customer. Okay, so in terms of we don't want to characterize a person saying good or bad. We want to know as a business whether a person is able to provide me back my loan, whatever I gave. All I want is that. So whether these libraries help me with the right set of data. See, data, whatever I'm talking, data is going to play a very, very critical part. Okay, without data, there is no point in having an algorithm. Our data is going to be, they all say, right, it's a new oil or something. So that is very, very valuable, and that's my personal experience also. Okay, so risk modeling is basically identifying a potential good customer, or and importantly, a potential bad customer. So both. So that is risk modeling, and that is one of the important use cases as far as banking industry goes. Again, some other genres like recommendation engine and what do you call the customer sentiment analysis all holds good for many across industries. Recommendation engine is one of them, where I want to provide what do you call based on a history of transactions. Again, I want to apply a similar concept like what I use in retail, finding out the people who bought this also bought that. And recommendations as well, banking goes. A person who uses this product also uses that product. So from a banking sense. So that is recommendation engine. Again, it is from a conceptual standpoint, is again a collaborative or a product based, and it goes by the usage of a transaction history, his profile data, and then what is that interest system. So that is the recommendation engine as far as it. And then of course, as far as the Python is concerned, the relevance of Python here is again these things go by having a very good libraries and like pandas, DL libraries, and visualization things like matplotlib. So that is recommendation. And then customer segmentation. So banks, they call it high value customer, high net worth customer, and high value customer. So, for example, they want to provide, they want to understand the behavior of a customer. So, so they want to segment the customer into various groups. Okay, so that they can position the right products. The bank will have a set of products. For example, a person who's a high value customer, high net worth, who deposits a lot of money. I'm just giving an example, and they also want to provide him a set of things that is very specific to him. They want to give him a bigger loan amount so that he can buy a luxurious home. So that is one set of segmentation. Another one is a medium set of customers who have a decent bank deposit and they want to target another set of, they want to give him a loan in a way where he can buy another decent home. So I'm just giving a home out. Otherwise, it can also apply to any, what do you call, any offerings like not only nursery loan or they say he can be given a specific higher interest rate in terms of deposit. So there are various ways they can have the product and then they map that product to a right customer. For that, they have to understand who are all the customer segments. And these segments are very, very important for them so that I just want to make sure a person who's not having a very good amount of deposit, I don't want to give a bigger set of products, which is not even relevant to him. So, which will not make sense to him. It's an effort based on top of banking, and we are unnecessarily wasting customers' time. So, customer segmentation, that aspect is very critical. And of course, this is again looking at data. Data extraction tools are available like pandas. And here, the customer segmentation, you are categorizing a customer, right? Good clustering libraries like k-means, okay, where it allows you to group a set of customers using this k-means library. So it is one of the very popular unsupervised machine learning library. So that is a very interesting concept, customer segmentation. I'm going now to insurance. Insurance is something that, of course, if you are having a two-wheeler or a three-wheeler or a four-wheeler, insurance is a must in any place, starting from Chennai. So, so how insurance typically uses this? Okay, so from auto standpoint, one is they'll try to understand. They want to determine the premium based on your what do you call your driving history. Okay, so one aspect, one source of the truth is they go to an RTO and see how many tickets you have got, how many violations you have done. So that is one source of data. Now, what happens typically is from a technology, uh, many insurance companies. Okay, actually, there's a project which I was involved some time ago, where we want to identify customers, especially drivers, category of drivers, and it is for an Middle East RTO. Okay, so they want to identify drivers based on their driving type. Okay, which means that we have put a software there, and then we started getting data from their driving pattern in terms of how often they put the brake on that vehicle, what is their acceleration type, deceleration, and what is the typical speed they go on. All this we based on we categorize the customers as a normal customer or a risky customer or a cautious customer. So how insurance companies basically they take this data is you can go to YouTube and there's a lot of good video software on this aspect of finding out the what do you call the driver behavior. Okay, so based on that driver behavior, they either up the premium or either they give a lot of discounts to good and cautious drivers. So many drivers who drive very well, they will have no problem actually. So they will get a lot of offerings and discounts from the insurance in terms of premium reduction or whatever, in terms of increasing the coverage. So there are things like that. And so so we have used Python and all for getting that information, categorizing it, learning that. So as the libraries I mentioned are typically there. So that is one thing. Other one is health is another premium determination. So how do I know the health of the person is there? So one is accessing the health record of the person and see how they are doing. And now if you look at it, especially there are a lot of monitors, especially if you take countries like European countries and Singapore and all, where they want to monitor the wellness of the person. Okay, how they monitor the wellness of the person? It is due to things like I'm putting an IoT, like putting a sensor there, getting a data from that. From the data, understanding is wellness. So there is algorithm that runs on top of the data to determine the wellness based on that premiums are determined. So that is another way insurance companies are doing that. And see, I'm not talking about a regular where I mean insurance company building an application in desktop or web. I'm not taking that. I'm just taking some unique cases where how the insurance industry uses Python. Okay, so that is what I'm going through all that. So across all industries, whatever I'm talking about. So it's not a typical desktop or a web application, which most of them already know. But what is that they are doing uniquely? That is what I just want to cover in this session. So that is why I'm taking some different use cases, not the regular ones. So yes, of course, for that also Python can be used. As I mentioned initially, it can be used in desktop web application, but then a lot of other unique areas where you can build mobile apps and things like that. But here, I want to take up some cases where it is interesting for us to see how different industries look at you as a customer and how they want to leverage your information. Okay, so that is what I want to cover that. The other important normally people use is customer lifetime value. So it is basically a metric where how much you are given to the company as a revenue and how much the expenses incurred. So basically that is what it is. How much revenue does a company gain from you and how much expenses that it has incurred to you. So that gives the idea of what is your relationship there. So if that is profitable, so they want to make very personalized offer to you. So that is what a customer lifetime value. So they constantly looking if you are an insurance customer, which means that you are paying premium and you're not incurring, for example, you're taking an auto premium and like a two-wheeler and you're taking insurance and you're paying premium. So you've been paying premium for all along and you have no roadside violation or any no accidents, and you're doing extremely well, which means that the lifetime value gained by the insurance company is huge. Okay, because you're only paying them, and they have not incurred any expenses from you at all, either through claims or either through either finding out whether you're violating. So, which means that they have to give you a personalized offer. So this is something when a marketing guy comes and talks to you, you can tell them, okay, I have given so much for your company. What is it you're giving for? So this is one of the very good things that you can talk. If somebody is this lifetime, you can do it across different domains, even for retailer, even for a banker. If the banker you're doing all the deposit and then you're not getting any loan and you're a good customer, ask them good offers from them. They are bound to give it for you. It's your right. Okay. So and then um, customer lifetime visualization, analysis. Uh, uh, there are a lot of libraries available around that to understand what is the lifetime value, where you can slice and dice the data. So these things definitely going to give you a lot of information for the insurance industry to understand the customer lifetime value. Now, I'm going to the healthcare industry. Again, if we get unwell, we go to clinic, doctor, we go to hospital sometimes. So typically what we say is diagnostic errors, again, 10% of all deaths. Okay, it is uh, typical. And so what they do is, how do I ensure diagnostics is done well? Okay, so nowadays you see a lot of machine vision applications in AI area helps in finding out the diagnostic errors. So, for example, if a guy who is a radiologist at all, in terms of human load itself, it is very hard for him to go through all the X-rays and see whether it is there's bound to be some errors. Okay. So as far as a machine is concerned, doing a job continuously mechanically, it doesn't get tired at all. As a human, we get tired. Okay. So I mean, of course, we have to tell them how to do it. So that is the what do you call the training season of the training data for ML. But in AI and ML area, um, this diagnostics has improved a lot, and it's a very good success rate. Okay, in terms of we're looking at the diagnostic medical images and looking to see whether it is vetted properly. So diagnostics is one of the key area, and Python has so many deep learning libraries in that area, like convoluted neural networks and deep learning library, and there are a lot of things, pre-trained libraries like ResNet, Inception. So these things will help you uh, get into this area, okay, where you can do the good amount of diagnostics. And risk identification. This identification, I would say, you can map similar to a good credit history customer. Okay. So based on a person's historical records, his medical ailments, whether is he in eminent risk. Okay. So this is something, a prediction information. It's a prediction mechanism where I want to see whether this customer is in a risk. If it is in the risk, and alert the people around them to make sure that he is getting the proper treatment. So that is the whole idea of patient risk identification. So there are a lot of parameters like his heart rate, his BP, whether if he has any conditions like diabetic or any heart-related conditions. So those are some of the conditions and this allergy levels. All this together as a set of information will help understand the patient risk identification, given a lot of training data. Okay. So, and alert the people, right set of people, his family members, or his, and then even as far as the hospital is concerned, if the hospital puts it, it should provide that information to the his family people so that I mean, they can get intervene and then a right set of medication or surgery, whatever needed at that point of time can be done to fix that issue. Okay, so again, some machine learning and deep learning things can be available. Okay, this is another one. The reason I included this site as a last minute. So this is something that this is something that is very common nowadays. I'm not sure if people are aware of it, but definitely elderly. See, there is a growing number of elderly things. And this is some of the area which I am working very closely. And so if you look at some of this data here, um, definitely 60 years will nearly double 22% by 2050. And similarly, uh, if you look at the people who take care of them, they are getting their number is less. So how do we fix it? Nurses and healthcare workers are going less, and the elderly people going up. So there is a disproportionate amount of disparity here. So how do we fix this? So technology can be a potential saver here. Um, I just want to run a small video. It's a 3-minute video. Just take a look at it. And this is what uh, um, TCS and Singapore Management University, which is our academic partner, we work together for a project called Shine Seniors Project. It is for the Singapore government. They have done that. It's a research project. I just want you to look at this video and to see what we are doing. And of course, I have used Python and all to understand the data pattern, somewhat the proactive understanding of the wellness patterns. So let me run this video. It's a 3-minute video. It will not take that. Okay. hope the streaming was okay there. So let me. So we have seen this. So definitely the wellness is one of the important area here that is getting focused, and Python again plays a very key role in terms of finding the patterns of the wellness, like it is at early stages of dementia, or whether he's having a nocturnal pattern, he goes to bathrooms a lot of times during night, and so so. Sorry about that. It was running. I didn't realize it. Sorry. Okay. So we have seen some of those cases. I just also want to touch upon very good Python websites. So which definitely is going to help a lot in terms of find out where the resources are. So if you look at this slide, you see python.org is the official site. So the other sites like Tutorial Point. Okay, so these are some of the free sites. I mentioned the things that's free, where it is free, and where it is not free, put the other information. So some of them are really training related websites, like Tutorial Point. Python Spot is another a very good site where from beginner to robotics, you can see different kinds of information. And there's one called Hitchhiker Guide to Python. It's again a massive reference site. And full stack Python. This is again an intermediate and for experienced developers, okay, who can go from basic to advanced. So full stack Python is another good one. And Python Weekly is again a free newsletter. Python Tips is again a blog, normally updated regularly. It provides all the tips, and I'm sure many of them we would have been part of this course here, which is again a massive platform, where training platform. So there are a lot of beginner courses and Python advanced courses available there by different set of universities. So that is also a good one. And I don't want to stop without mentioning Stack Overflow. So whenever you get stuck in an issue, and this is the first place I would go to see how I can fix my issue, because something like me, many people would have got this issue. And you can also be accountable to Stack Overflow when how you fix the specific issue, so that it will be help to other set of people. So that is the another. These are some good Python websites. So pretty much I've come to the conclusion of my session. So so I think any questions I can take those questions. Hello, or Arun, or Bala, is there anybody? Uh, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible. Hello.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Sure. I think I'm done with the session. Any questions I can answer?
Yeah, we have a sheet actually. I think they would have spread it. I mean, shared with you. You can look into this sheet for the dog. I mean, for
Is it available in a chat or something?
I've shared that link in your chat as well, Zoom chat. So there is a Google Sheet spreadsheet which is shared with to you in the Google chat.
Okay.
Not Google chat, Zoom chat. Privately I've sent.
I'm looking at it right now. So is this those questions?
Yes, that is the one.
Okay. Do I need to go through every question, or? because pretty much
Uh,
I've covered some of them already, actually. That is why.
okay, Mr. Ramesh, regarding the questions about the generic questions, right? Regarding the certificates and the agenda, those things will be answered by CUIC team.
Okay.
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 The remaining technical questions you can look at. You can, if you feel that you would like to answer it, you can go for it.
Explain the application of Python. I think uh, I've covered some of the industry cases here, so you can look at it. And as I mentioned, uh, how you can do it in across industries, you can look at the success stories. So you can look at very, very specific applications where Python has been done. So that is one thing I can say. Is Python used in real world? Yes, I'm using Python in real world, and the success stories or the industries which I'm told all been using Python. So yes, Python is used in the real world. Can Python support all features of Java? What I would do is I don't want to get into this because there are some things which Java is extremely good and some things Python is extremely good. Okay. If you go on to go to the machine learning and data science, um, Python is extremely good. And if I want to go into the API level, Java is good. So I would take the best of it and then use it in my project. So I use both of it so that I make the best use of both of it. So that is something I will do. Um, Developing applications similar to Singapore is practically difficult and not necessary actually. Okay, given the IoT, what do you call here, what is going on, definitely it is not at all that difficult. So installing a sensor and getting data from sensor and putting it, I think if you look at it, we have already put a lot of cameras in our home, right? Camera is also another kind of sensor where we get information. So how do you use that information is another area. So that is where uh, it is critical. So and which is more powerful, R language or Python? I'll tell you what, I love both of them. I'm an R language person also. I started with R language and Python. So I would say both are extremely good languages. Okay. But what I'm seeing nowadays in Python is the number of, see, a language popularity is based on how many different third-party applications it is getting supported. Okay, so that is very, very critical. So that is where it is. And in terms of some of the visualizations, Python is improving, whereas R is way ahead of it. There is a library in R called ggplot, the graphics of grammar plot. It is very, 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 what do you call it, sweet application.
உள்ள வந்திருந்தாங்களா எங்க இருந்தாங்க?
Hello? Can you mute it, please? Somebody using it.
Bala, can you mute it? Yeah.
Okay. So why Python is popular? Because of the number of people using it are extremely high, and it is easy to learn, and the learning curve is very less. A lot of like pretty much you can see practically every area it is getting used. Some of the robotic app use cases, yes, robotic app use cases. Even if I take the elderly care, there are a lot of robots which helps the elderly doing some of their work in terms of opening their medication, reminding them of the medication, opening the medication box, doing work for them, and ensuring they develop a chat for the elderly. So robotics is extensively used in these cases, and these are all the robotics. How they are working is based on what do you call a concept of what do you call reinforcement learning. Okay, reinforcement learning. There are a lot of libraries supported in Python, so that is how it is used. And after video screen also kindly show the web list. And if you're not able to, are you guys not able to see my website list? Um,
You can paste that link, both the links in the chat or in the sheet itself, so that others can take it up from there.
okay, but you are able to see that, right?
Yes, we were able to see it.
Okay, that's good. Okay, I was worrying whether not able to see it at all. So, how is that the voice? Is it still okay, or is it getting better, or?
No, it's better. Very
Okay,
good to
good.
follow you. No issue.
Okay, great. I think I've taken some important questions. How Python program is implemented in electrical engineering application? Sorry, sir, I'm not an electrical engineering guy. I really don't know. But you can look at the about the Python.org itself, where you can see some very good electrical engineering use cases. But I'm not expert on it, so I don't want to give you any wrong information on that. Okay. I think I've covered almost. Will
Uh,
Python meaningfully classify the text. Yeah, that is what the NLP libraries are used. Okay, these NLP libraries, you have to understand the concept behind these NLP libraries. So because they have taken it from a dictionary of huge volume. Okay, they call lexicons. Okay, so these words are derived from these lexicons, and which is a huge set of dictionaries. So and there are a lot of NLP things like transformer. Word to vec, and those things are the objective of them is to find out meaningful information from the word based on the attributes that is surrounding the word. So, so much research has been done on this NLP. I can say confidently, yeah, Python meaningfully classify the text. I think I covered almost most of those questions. Um,
yes, Mr. Ramesh. With respect to the question about electrical engineering, right? So electrical appliances. So that's a dedicated session that's actually focused on that aspect as well.
okay, great.
So it will be covered on that theme.
Okay, that will be great. That will be very helpful. Second, yeah, I have pasted the sites in the chat. Okay.
Uh,
Arun, I have pasted on your site.
you sent it to Arun.
Arun, yes, Arun GUVI.
Okay.
Okay, I'll paste it. No issues. Let me check it out. Yes, I got it. I got the contents.
Okay. You can share it to others.
Sure.
I think I almost come to an end. If somebody can close this, it will be great.
Hey, Ramesh, if you don't mind that YouTube link, can you paste it like those two links,
Oh, sure.
the Singapore ones?
Yeah.
Thank you. Got
Okay.
it. Got it.
And it's available in the public site only.
Yeah.
If you Google ICT Lab TCS, you can get into that. Sure. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be. It's a great pleasure for me to talk to you all. So I'll leave it to the next person who will be taking it over from me. So
Thank you so much, Mr. Ramesh. Thank you so much for your time and taking part of this webinar and enriching the people with the new knowledge things and also the wonderful initiative that's been done by TCS in Singapore. So that
really,
yeah, that gives a real application of the data science. And with respect to Mr. Sandil sir, I just see him from CUIC. Sandil sir is in the call. Okay. Okay. Fine, Mr. Ramesh. So I think they are yet to join. So they have joined. They have just got disconnected. I think so.
okay, fine. So I'll disconnect this call then. It should be okay, right?
Sure, that should be. So we'll take it forward from here.
Okay.
Next will be a team participants. There will be a small pre-assessment link that will be shared in the YouTube description. So kindly take it from there, and we will have 10 minutes exactly time for that, 10 to 15 minutes. So please take that. It's not for evaluation. It's for us to understand where do we start with. Okay, and that is one. And Yeah. So once that is shared, once that is done, maybe in another 10 minutes, Arun session will start. Okay, Arun, just we can wait for 10 minutes where people can go and take the assessment, which is
Sure.
given in the description box, and then we can actually start the session.
Sure. Once you say go, I'll start. Till then,
Yeah. Okay.
I'll go on mute.
Team, it's 10:52. By 11:05, we will start the session. Okay, or by 11:05 we should be able to start the session.
Bala, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Bala. I hope you have shared the test link to the participants.
Yes, sir, it's shared actually in the description.
Shared also. Okay. Dear participants, Dr. Kalaiselvan again here and reconnecting. I request you, all of you, to take the test, the pre-assessment test. So once the test is over, then we will have a session by Mr. Arun. Arun has joined. Bala?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
I'm in, sir.
Oh, you are in now. Okay, very nice, Arun. Yeah. So,
Glad to meet you, sir. Again.
yeah. So, thank you, Arun. On behalf of Anna University and Santa Barbara University Industry Collaboration, my sincere thanks to you and your team for an excellent arrangement you have made. So, in fact, the morning director was there and the guest speaker from TCS also joined. So tomorrow again we will have speakers from Cognizant and your team is going to conduct. So it is one of the first of its kind of an event for CUIC Anna University. In fact, our Vice Chancellor and Registrar and all the leadership team and Anna is very happy to host this 2 days online learning kind of program. So I'm sure there will be many more programs like this from the center. So as a pilot and the practice program, and I think we are doing extremely well. So Bala, can you update me with how many of the participants are here, Bala?
Sure, sir. Just a minute, sir. So right now in the YouTube, actually 51 people are actually watching now, sir. Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, Bala, sir.
Sir, you can hear me, right?
Yes, sir. I can hear you, sir.
Okay. So right now in YouTube, 53 people are watching, sir. So they have been given access code link, and I think they have started taking it. They are just enrolling for it, and they will be starting it. Is it fine, sir?
Bala, yaar Bala parallel பேசுறது?
சார் நான் செந்தில் சார் தான் இருக்காரு. செந்தில் சார் இருக்காரு. நான் பேசிட்டு இருந்தோம்.
சார் இல்ல அது நடுவுல யூடியூப்ல யாரோ ப்ளே பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். அதுவும் parallel கேக்குது.
ஓ ஓகே.
Bala, யார் பாருமா அது? செந்தில்.
சார்
நீ உங்க வாய்ஸ் இல்லையா அது?
சார் இல்லைங்க சார், யூடியூப்ல அந்த வீடியோ லைவா போகுதுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். வேற யாருக்குலயும் ஸ்ட்ரீம் ஆகுது. ஸோ அதுவும் பேரலா கேக்குதுங்க சார்.
இல்லம்மா, நமக்கு தான் சொன்னாங்க. ஆன் பிகாஃப் ஆஃப் அண்ணா யூனிவர்சிட்டின்னு சொல்றாங்க.
அதான் சார், நீங்க பேசின வீடியோ ஐ திங்க் ரீஸ்ட்ரீம் ஆயிருக்கும். பட் என் சைட்ல மியூட்ல தான் இருக்கு. அதர்ஸ் ஆர் ஆல்சோ இந்த மியூட் தான், சாட்ல இருக்கவங்க எல்லாமே.
ஓகே.
சார் மீன்வைல் அந்த क्वेश्चंस சார் ஆன்சர் பண்ணிடலாமா? இப்போ 55 people பார்த்து வாட்ச் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க.
இப்போ ஷேர் பண்ண வேணாம் பாலா, நீ அப்புறம் அங்க போஸ்ட் டெஸ்ட் நடத்தி தான் பண்ண ஷேர் பண்ணு.
Sorry sir,
Bala, the post should be, the answer should be shared only after the post test.
no, not the answer sir. We actually, there are the participants had few questions actually during the session. So okay. The technical questions are answered by.
Yeah, you please share the link.
Sure. So the technical questions are answered by the participant, by the by TCS, by he itself answered it. So the general questions are alone actually with just a minute sir. Few questions which you can take it directly. So that's what we thought.
ஒரு எக்கோ வருது.
எனக்கு கரெக்டா இருக்கு சார். ஆக்சுவலி I couldn't hear it.
சார் கலை சார் உங்க மொபைல்ல கனெக்ட் ஆயிருக்கா பாருங்க சார்.
இப்போ ஓகேயா?
Sir, is it fine now?
ஆமா, நீங்க கொஸ்டின் ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க.
Yeah, I have shared it, sir. நான் இப்போ screen share பண்ணிருக்கேன். You can see this, sir. Siddhi sir, can you see it?
Yes, sir. என்ன பார்க்க முடியுதுங்க சார்.
Okay.
Sir, Kali sir, what is the goal of this training program? அப்படின்னு ஒருத்தர் क्वेश्चन பண்ணி கேட்டிருக்காரு.
அதுதான் இதை போட்டுறாங்க. இல்லை அதான் சொல்லுங்க. அது போட்டுனா அது அழகாக வெளியே எல்லாத்தையும் நான் க்ளோஸ் பண்ணுறேன். சொல்லிட்டு கம்ப்ளீட்டாக போட்டு
live. Screen live.
Bala, can you hear me? Hello? Bala?
Sir, we can hear you.
Okay, video at the video to the open. Am I asking open? பலா எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் இது கொஞ்சம் ரீட் பண்ண முடியல கொஸ்டினை.
சித்தி சார் உங்களுக்கு தெரியுதா?
சார் தெரியுதுங்க சார் எனக்கு.
என்ன மாதிரி இருக்கு சார்? வாட் ஹவ் டு யூ see the screen?
எனக்கு கொஞ்சம் ஸ்கிராம்பிளா இருக்கு.
அப்படியா? ஓகே, நோ வரிஸ் சார். நான் இங்க அங்க ஒரு ஜஸ்ட் a minute. There's a chat window. Okay, I'm stopping my screen. There's a chat window. I'm chatல வந்து I just
இல்ல, can you send these questions to my WhatsApp? Probably I can able to see that.
Sure, I can send that, sir. I can send that.
Yeah, please.
Meanwhile, I have also
வாட்ஸ்அப்ல உங்களுக்கு ஒரு டிரைவ் ஷேர் பண்ணிருக்கேன் சார், கூகுள் ஷீட்.
யாருக்கு? எனக்கா செஞ்சு?
ஆமாங்க சார். அதை நீங்க ஓபன் பண்ணி பார்த்தாலே எல்லா क्वेश्चंसும் வந்துரும் சார். சார் அதுல ஒரு क्वेश्चन வந்து what is the need of such training program?
ஓகே,
இது ஒரு क्वेश्चन சார். இன்னொரு क्वेश्चन வந்து இ சர்டிபிகேட் தருவீங்களா அப்படின்னு கேட்டிருக்காங்க சார்.
ஆமா, அத நான் முன்னாடியே சொன்னேன். So friends, I think there are a lot of questions. Definitely the CUIC Anna University will give you an e certificate provided you should attend both the days. When you log in from the 9 o'clock or 9:30 on 18th, we also see that you should get disconnect with the training program on 19th of evening. So people who take, and also people who take the pre-test and the post-test alone will be given with the participation certificate. Right? So that's number one. Number two, to answer your question, why this Python training program? I also mentioned earlier on my elevated speech, but still again I reiterate, the Santa University Industry Collaboration, Anna University closely work with industries, and on average we work with 250 companies. Almost predominantly, all the IT product and IT services companies, when they visit to the campus, they also look at the programming skill of the individual. So when they see the programming skill of the individuals, they use many platforms to test the skill of the students. During the test time, the feedback from the industry is the application knowledge of the students on Python skill is very, they are lacking. So if university can do anything on that, so it will be so nice and appropriate, and students can easily crack the placement related test. So that's the reason why we thought probably we can have this kind of a sensitization program. That's number one. Number two, Anna University also introduced this as a curricula in the engineering stream of all the branches across. So when you look at the last semester scenario, there were many failures. So that's the reason why VC and registrar, they insisted in order to increase the pass percentage. So can you do a kind of a sensitization program by inviting the industry friends to the faculty members? So friends, what are all the input you are going to get today and tomorrow, kindly pass on this details to the student community and see that, facilitate them, handle them, right? At least in order to get the proficiency on the Python skills. That's the idea behind having this kind of a 2 days workshop. Based on your feedback, if we need more sessions like this, similar event with a different perspective, the CUIC Anna University is keen to conduct this type of program. Sandil, is there any other questions, Sandil?
One question is, what is CUIC?
What is CUIC? Yeah, CUIC is Center for University Industry Collaboration, Anna University, which has been started in the early 90s. It's a prime center. We work with predominantly 220 companies every year, not only in terms of campus recruitment and internship opportunities for the students. We also do a lot of the industry connect programs. We also work with industries on skill development, and we also work with companies on facilitating the CSR initiatives in terms of scholarships, in terms of skill development to the students, skill development to the teachers. So this center also coordinates with the industry for any testing, consultancy, those kind of opportunities and scope. We connect with the department and centers and to facilitate this type of an event. So if you look at the kind of work we do, it is almost any thing with the industry in terms of recruitment or skill development or facilitating CSR. This center is a nodal center or a center is interface between the university and the industry. Any other questions in this?
அவ்வளவுதான் சார்.
All of that.
Others are more technical, sir.
Otherwise are technical.
Technical.
Right. So Bala, when the next speaker will get connected, Bala?
We can start right away, sir. Actually, Arun is also on the call.
Already on the call. Okay. So to give a brief introduction about Mr. Arun. Arun is a first generation entrepreneur. Earlier he was with PayPal, carries 1 decade of experience on the IT product development. He joined with Mr. Bala and another lady, Sridevi, starting this organization GUVI in IIT. It was initially incubated by IIT and later co-incubated by IIM Ahmedabad. They are one of the shortlisted as one of the top 20 successful startup in country. And in fact, when there was a young startup entrepreneurs meet at IIT Chennai, they had an opportunity to attend that meeting. And in fact, the meeting was addressed by our President, Prime Minister and Narendra Modi. And they do a lot of skilling initiatives. One USP about their organization is they teach technology to a vernacular language. And in fact, they are very kind enough in supporting all our initiatives from the university and CUIC since from 2015 onwards. Being an alumni, Bala is greatly supporting all our initiatives, whether it is an initiative on the university engineering colleges or the applied engineering colleges. They come forward voluntarily and facilitating this event. I use this opportunity to thank Mr. Bala, thank Mr. Sridevi and Arun for supporting us with this great program. So now over to Arun for the process. So their participants make it in this opportunity. They are all veterans in the field, and I think in the afternoon there is another gentleman is going to join with you. They are all going to deal with the actual case studies being practiced in the industry. So it's a great platform to learn. So whatever the doubts you have, you please post on. And as per the timing what the speakers are mentioning, you connect with them, get benefit of the course. So from the university side, I sincerely thank once again the speaker from TCS, the speaker which is going to be tomorrow from Cognizant, and Bala and Arun from GUVI and other team members who are doing this great support. So thank you very much once again. Now over to Arun for rest of the day talk. Over to Arun.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for that kind introduction. Probably I'll start with my screen share so that Bala, can you enable the host for me? I want to host the screen.
Sure, you should be already able to do that.
No, I am not. It says that host has disabled attendee screen sharing.
Can you try now? I've enabled actually for all participants.
Let me try it again. Yeah, I'm able to do it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay, let me start with that. Like a lot of people have asked a lot of questions. Okay. So so before getting into the session, I'll give a bounty prize. So anybody who's asking any interesting questions will get 500 rupees voucher from me. It's a personal thing with anyone else. I'll personally give it. Okay. The reason is I want more engagement. The only way to do is ask questions. Being in remote, that is pretty hard. So that's why I gave the bounty on top of the session. Okay. So I'll be waiting for all your questions. Okay. Some of the things previously already in the previous session it has been answered. I'll try to recap a little bit on the same thing, and I'll go with the couple of real-time examples in which how in GUVI we use Python. Okay, rather than more of a giving example from someone else. So I'll show our current example in which what we use it. So that will be much more closer to you and as well. Okay, so this is our site probably. In this, if you've seen it, like we have courses, most of them are towards Python. Like for example, Pygame, RPA, a lot of things are there. Let's say if I log in as a user. Okay, so you'll have few things like recommendation stuff. So as people are saying, this is one of the common features which has been there for ages. The recommendation engine was there, not a new feature. It was there when all these online platforms came into the game. When I say platforms, either a e-commerce online platform or a video watching online platform or a learning platform. So any of these platforms, when they started growing in, so the personalization or the personal recommendation became a key thing. So that's where this recommendation systems came into play. So previously people used to do it in different languages like C++, you can code it, but you have to do a lot of raw modeling on your own, because I have done it already in my past where I've built my models with pure C++. The amount of effort and the time it takes is pretty hard, okay, to build a model. So it's not a new thing, but it takes a lot of things. And when the model crashes, the entire system crashes. And the possibility of getting crash in a C++ system is very, very high. Okay, because somewhere other you'll have a null pointer exception and it'll entirely take down your system. And somewhere when you load a huge amount of data, when you're doing analysis, you at least minimum you have 1,000,000 records, okay, with which you do analysis. So when you do that, the C is not that great, C++ is not that great in consuming all the contents and play around with it. It is not optimized for it. That's the way I would put it. Okay, the C or C++ or even Java is not optimized for holding a huge amount of data in memory and processing it. That's where you resort to other styles of doing it. Okay, this is one scenario where we are using it. I'll come back to the technical part in a minute. So let's go to the presentation stuff. Okay, where is my presentation? Yeah, here it is. Okay, so I want to spend a little bit time on this. The first slide, though it has only Python and old magic trick, I want to spend some time to give a context for those who are listening to it. So Python is not a new language. Python is not a new phenomenon. Okay, it was there for around 20 years. Okay, it was a very, very old stuff, but nobody cared about it. Okay, it was a very old magic trick. That's the way I would say it. So it came in around 1990s. So in which where it was like before even in the internet era. Okay, so 1991 it came in. So the internet get popular in 1998 or 2000. Late 2000 was the real rise of web. So 95 to 2000 was the real rise of web, right? But Python came even before that. Okay, so if something is there for so long time, why all of a sudden it became popular is a question which generally everyone who's looking at Python will get it. Like I have seen a couple of questions, why Python is important or why Python is so popular. So a couple of questions were there in the chat window or in the docs. Okay, so the reason for is getting Python getting popular is two things. One is data, another one is simplicity. Okay, so Python is a so simple language. Okay, it was a simple language. Anybody can learn it. For example, I have a son. He is in 4th standard. He is learning Python. So it is so simple. Anybody who can read English can start with Python. Okay, so that is the design intention of the Python itself. It is not intended for making complicated stuff. For example, pointers. People are who are from uh, C or C++ world, they really scared because of pointers. Or if you are from Java, you will die because of the verbosity. The classes names and other things will go for pages. Okay, buffer reader, this, that, and then you have to for getting a simple data, you have to write at least 4 lines of code. Okay, and you are forced to write into a class where you may or may not need it, but the language forces you to do it. So these are the languages which was there when Python was there, but still it was not popular because of that reason. So it was simple, but nobody cared. Okay, this was for past 15 years. Okay, in the last 5 years, what happened was the internet has gotten to a next level where everybody is in internet, especially the millennials. So So previously I worked in a data warehousing startup where to generate some data, a petabyte of data, a big MNC like a pharma company which is having 128 countries in the world will have 1 year data as a petabyte of data. Okay, sales data. Okay, for getting 1 petabyte of data for a big MNC, it takes 1 year. Okay, so this was the 6-7 years back. Okay, but now if you go to a classroom and give the mobile phones to the kids who's in the first year, second year, or third year, and leave them for 1 hour, they will generate the same petabyte of data. So the data is now generated like hell. Okay, they give likes, comments, their usage, everything is exponential. Okay, so the behavior of the current generation is way different from the previous generation. So we had simplicity, now we have data. So next step, what we'll do, you will go for analysis of the data, because the business makes money when you analyze the data and show the right things, right? So when you want to analyze the data, as usual, you go and resort to the default languages like C++ or Java or any other language. Okay, or even R. Let's take R as well. But the trouble with these languages are it is little hard for a lot of people to get in, and the time it is taken to make it production ready is also a little harder. Okay, so people started moving towards Python, where the data analysis became much more easier. That was a simple starting point. So you give a huge amount of data, petabyte of data, and you can crunch it and then do it. This is how all these things started. Okay, so you had a simple language, you have data. So now you combine this head with that body and you got a new phenomena. That's how this was born. Okay, this is how Python became, at least came into mainstream language. Before that, nobody cared about Python for 15 years. Okay, so this became a mainstream language. So after that also, it was not that great. Then it becomes much more popular when two more things added. One is web development. Okay, so everywhere for web, they used to have a lot of languages like JSP, ASP, ASP.NET, or PHP, Node. Lot of languages are there for development. The Python became another incumbent for it. So those who already did data analysis, now they can also do web development. Okay, the same way, since it was there, the new libraries were created. There is a there is a new thing called Raspberry Pi, which was introduced long back. Okay, I mean, when I say new, it was little 5 to 6 years back. That was new, I was saying. Okay, where usually all the embedded programs were written in C. Now you can write it in Python. So news industry was born. So now you have got three places. So you got a data, which is data crunching machine, where Python can be done. You can have a display machine, which is web, where Python can be done. You can have a data gathering machine, which is your IoT stuff or your hardware stuff, where Python can be done. Okay, now all the entire chain can be done with one language most of the times. Okay, so this is where people started using Python more and more. And in the data analysis, it moved to a whole new level with machine learning, where the models were trained dynamically, and then you will be able to figure out the data. For example, I was showing GUVI's thing, right, where the recommendation engine happens. That recommendation engine is completely built in Python. Okay, the backend we have built it with complete Python models, not C++ models. Okay, and the data is served through REST API using Flask. Flask is another popular web framework, micro framework, which we are using it. So now we have the data, we have the display part, we have the supplier part. So all those things were there. So this is how every company started adopting Python slowly, and it is adopting as well. Still, it is growing. Okay, so over a period of time, it will be there. So there are two competitors. I wouldn't say competitors, two complementary languages which are right now happening. One is JavaScript, which is also a very old language. Another one is Python, which is also a very old language. So these two guys complement each other in one way or other. For example, in front end, when it comes to do it, JavaScript plays a role. When it comes to other places, Python plays a role. So this is how it is. So the Python is not a new thing. Okay, the application of Python becoming a new thing. So it is a very old magic trick, It is applied in different areas. That is how the Python is. This is why Python is getting popular. It is simple and it has a lot of libraries. Okay. The libraries can be a web library. The library can be a lot of things. I'll show you what are the things which is there. Okay. Which people use it. So this is what I was explaining about GUVI.io, where everywhere we use it. Okay. So for example, first step, as I said, it started with education. They want to teach programming. So they wanted a simple language. This was a simple primary goal which they have it. And still this holds good very much. Okay. The second thing is web and internet development. Yes, there are a lot of web frameworks which is available to build web applications in Python. So you might have heard some of the popular things like Django, Flask, okay, Pylons or Tornado. A lot of things are there. In that, two popular guys are Flask and Django. Okay, both have their own plus and minus. Wherever it is used, you can pick it. For example, my preference would be Flask compared to Django, because Django is like a kind of heavily loaded stuff, which I don't prefer. Okay, but it's not, there is nothing to complain about that framework. Okay, I prefer Flask over Django. So this is where the web development game is right now. Okay, next thing is data science. So when it comes to data science, as somebody was asking, there are two players there, R and Python. These are the two predominant players. Others are literally ruled out. Okay, the R is very good. It was like a, to give an analogy, R is like your bank. Okay, your traditional bank. And Python is like your Google Pay or your online paying any on a BIM or any other things. Okay. So the bank is there. It is working as is. Nothing wrong in that, but it is little slow comparatively. Okay. Whereas when you do an online transaction, you get an instant money transaction with the stuff. So in that perspective, it is more real time. All the Google Pay or any other apps. Okay. The same context applies here as well. So bank versus online payment apps. The same way it is R versus Python. R is a old school thing. It is robust. It is good. Nothing to question about it, but it is slow when it comes to real time playing. Okay. And that is where Python takes the edge over it. When you are building a real time application, Python becomes a key player. But if you are doing an offline analysis, probably you can settle down with R. Nothing wrong in that. Okay. So the choice of picking these two things are in the application in which you are building. Okay. This is the second part. And the third part is machine learning and AI. Hands down, it is only Python right now. No one else. Java is coming up. Other players are trying here and there, but the only player who is rocking the game is Python. There are pretty good frameworks which is available in Python to solve all your problems. Okay. The other players are coming. For example, C++ is getting into the game again, and Lua is getting into them. Torch is there. JavaScript is there. These guys are like a new entries or new players. The veteran in the machine learning and AI player is Python. So it's hands down, he is the king. Okay, game development. In game development, Python, I mean, the most important part of the game development is not coding. The most important part of the game development is the visuals. The visual stays with the rest of the things like engines like a Unity engine or a Real engine, okay, Unreal engine, those kind of engines. So they are the powerful players right now, and Python is enabling them. So right now there are two languages, C# and Python. They both are equally competent in terms of gaming. Python is getting into it. Python is playing a major role. C# is also equally good there. Okay, so when it comes to game development, these are the two languages. And BioPython. So for bio nobody cared earlier. Okay, it is only Perl. So if you are familiar with the bioanalysis, the only language people used was Perl, PERL. I don't know how many people know it as well. Okay, so now BioPython is a standard which everybody has moved to Python, where you can analyze huge amount of data. You can do a very good string processing, where you can analyze your DNA sequences, compare the DNA sequences, and figure out the models, read the files, FASTA files, different type of files. All those things can be done pretty easily. Okay, so there is a complete. I mean, if you want to know more details, you can always ping us. We can give much more details. Okay. The next thing is web scraping. Web scraping is another important player. For example, if you want to do analysis of some data in web, okay, which is the highest selling courses, or which is the highest selling app, what is it, product, or you want to compare where I'll get the cheap product, whether it's an Amazon or a Flipkart or some Infibeam or wherever it is, can I get it? So what you can do, go and manually check all the prices, or you can write a web scraping bot where it can check and tell you that, hey boss, this is super, this is cheap, so go and buy it here. Like that you can do it. So those kind of web scraping applications you can do it. Even the aggregators, now everybody is using news aggregators. So the news aggregators, what they do, they go and scrap the web and crunch the web and do the presentation in a shorter format. Okay, so the entire flow can be done in Python itself. Okay, and CAD applications. Previously, CAD applications had their proprietary programming stuffs. Now Python is getting into that. So anybody who, because it is simple, nothing else. There is no other advantage it gives. It is only for simplicity. Okay, and electrical and embedded application, this is where it is right now rocking. So I'll show a couple of examples for it, for both the things. Okay, and if you see that, so this is how it has grown. So okay, are you able to see that growth path? So it is like a rocket, it goes on top of it, whereas the other languages are in the same plane. So if you see C++, it stays in the same plane. PHP, it has reduced. C#, it is up and down. Actually, it is reduced. C#, it is. JavaScript, it is increased, and Java, it is getting slow. So the number one is getting Python, followed up with JavaScript, then Java, C#. This is the right now the order of the languages. Okay, so the growth is phenomenal, as Sir was saying. Okay, every company is interested in doing it for simple reasons. They can write faster code, and they can write less error-free code. Probably it might consume more memory. Yes, we know that. For that, we can buy a bigger machine comparatively. Okay, buying a machine is not a big deal, but buying time is a hard thing. Okay, so for that purpose, the development speed has to be in a much more faster phase. So every company will prefer faster delivery. Okay, let's assume you have a bug, and if I say that I will fix it after 6 months, you will never come back to my platform. Okay, so during that, those kind of delays will cause the potential user loss. So that way it becomes much more important in terms of speed of development. And these are the different industry sides where Python is getting in. Obviously, academic is the primary thing, because it is becoming the first language for choice of learning programming. Okay, anybody who is having a fear of programming, by looking at Python, using Python for at least 2 days, they lose that fear. Okay, they start believing that they can do some programming. They'll not be a rock star, we know that. Okay, but at least they'll get a confidence that programming is not a scary beast. Okay, and electronics, as I said, Raspberry Pi, Arduino, all the places it is getting into it. Okay, and other places where the government, where you want to automate something, you want to analyze something in manufacturing, tech, you want to develop web application, media, you want to scrap something from different places, finance, you want to analyze the data. Okay, energy, you want to check the energy consumption in the past thing and predict it. So for predicting, you use a machine learning model. The models can be built with Python. Okay, it can be built with other languages. When you build in Python, it is much simpler. That's all. So it's not, I'm not saying like these problems can be solved only with Python. The same thing can be solved in multiple ways. When you do in Python, it becomes faster and easier in terms of development time. Okay, and as I said, these are the two guys who is rocking the stuff. One is JavaScript, another one is Python. So these guys are equally playing. Right now, our focus is in Python. So let's move on with the Python stuff. And these are the Stack Overflow question. If you see that, the green bar, okay, in the left-hand side, Python is the most favorite questioned language. Previously, it used to be JavaScript. Now JavaScript is reduced and Python is getting popular. Okay, rest of things are straightforward stuff. Okay, and this is the salary package. Okay, as you grow up, the salary packages go, as the programming language gets rocketed, this also gets like a rocket. Okay, this is the salary bracket. Ultimately, everybody wants to look at this only, no matter whether they love the language or hate the language. If it is paying more, people like it. That's all. The equation is pretty simple. Okay, and this image is one of the pretty much my favorite image of the whole choice. So for example, everybody knows the story, right? Okay. If you are a non-programmer, this is how you'll do it. You'll drop, you'll be intelligent. There is no question about it. You'll drop one by one. You'll wait things to come up in the top and you'll drink it. If you are a programmer, you will take a straw and then do it. But if you are a Python programmer, it doesn't matter whether you are a programmer or non-programmer. Okay. You can sit happily and then do a lot of things in much ease. Okay. The third one. Okay. This is the, what is that? Comparison graph, at least I would give for Python. Okay. Forget about the payment, forget about the simplicity. This makes the whole story clean. And somebody was asking electrical, right? So I have added this slide for them. So you might have heard about the Skiddle, right? The Skiddle is a popular, I'll show you. So Skiddle is a popular, what is that, library, which helps you to do a lot of programming for netlist, which actually gets to the PCB layout. Okay. So in this is a MIT library, which is open source. Okay. So for this here, you can use for creating the schema and other things. This became much more easier. Okay. So this is one of the applications where Python is very much helping a, what is that, a non-programmer who's completely from a different stream altogether. Like I was talking about the CAD, right? The same way the electrical is, most of the electrical people are not inclined towards C or other languages until unless they are forced to do it. But Python makes their life much more easier in terms of getting into the game. Okay. You focus on your electrical parts rather than fighting with the programming things like a syntax error, semicolon missing, open brace, whether I have to count this and that, match it. Like there are around 30 open braces out there. There are 15 here. So are 29 here where I missed that open braces. This is a painful stuff for other department people who are not into the game. Their problem is different. Okay, they want to build a PCB. They want to get the data from IoT. They want to create a CAD/CAM model. So their fight is not with the program. Okay, but unfortunately, the programs like C or C++ will make your life harder. This Python will make your life easier. The same with the BioPython category as well. Okay, so this is one stuff. Okay. Okay. The next thing is, for example, this is another thing where you have a sensor, you have something which can be light sensor, which can be a normal touch sensor or a room sensor, whatever sensor you want to have it. You connect with the Raspberry Pi, which runs a Python stuff. And from there, you can give a REST API, which can be consumed by the any of the runtime. And you can use Twilio to send the SMS to your mobile app. Okay. So this is a simple architecture. This can be applied anything. This is a very generalized architecture. So you can apply it for farming. You can apply it for home automation. You can apply it for security. You can apply for anything else, whichever you want to do it. Okay. For example, let's say if the water level is growing high. So put a sensor, get the data, post it to the server. Okay. This you might have done in earlier also. This project is not a new project. So I've seen like when I graduated, I helped my friend to build a EB meter reading automated stuff. Okay. So the same IoT stuff. It's now we call that as IoT. At the time, we didn't call that as an IoT. Okay. The same stuff, but now it is much more simpler to do it. You don't need to bang your head like hell. Okay. You can do it in a very easy way and smoother way with Python and the other components which is out there. So previously you have to buy a custom circuit, you can do it, you have to embed the C program. So we used to do it in 8085 or something, I forgot the name. Some microprocessor I used it to help him. We have to embed and then burn the chip, and then after burning it, we have to burn the code, we have to put it, and then we have to test it. For every change, we have to take at least 2 hours of time. But right now, it is just like that. Within 10 minutes, you can do the stuff. Okay, the entire project can be completed in 2 to 3 days. Okay, so that's how it is. And let me go to the live examples of mine. Before that, let me go and check the questions. If there is any special questions, I'll try to address. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. How to make your, okay, let me go from the first. Goal is not mine. Okay, electrical engineering, I have shown it. Can Python support all the features of Java programming? No, it doesn't need to. Okay, but it does it. For example, Java programming, you can do web development. In Python, I can do web development. In Java, we can do a GUI programming, which is like you can build a UI. I can do it. Okay, so these are two most popular places where Java is there. So Java is more in the enterprise applications and in desktop applications. Those two things can be done easily in Python. Okay, do more things like machine learning, blah blah blah, whatever I said, right? That can be done. So Python can do much more than what Java can do. Okay, connecting a database. Yes, obviously it is very simple in Python. Okay, so e-certificate. Let me. Is Python is used in real world? Yes, it is used. I was showing the GUVI, right? So in that I am using it day in day out. If you log into GUVI.io, you will get the recommendation engine. Even the test which you have taken, right? I'll come and talk about it. So there also we are using Python. Okay. Explain the application of Python. The application of Python is like whichever field you are in, you can apply Python. If you want to do it in any of your choice, you can host it. Bala, can you mute it? Bala, can you mute yourself? Okay, fine. Let him do it. So it's a little noisy from that end. Bala, are you there? Sorry.
I think it is not Bala, sir. I think someone else.
No, it's from Bala only.
Okay.
So it is showing, right? That's why I was checking. Okay,
sir.
Bala was okay. Now is in mute. Okay, from the CUIC. Sir, CUIC team, can you please?
Yeah. Tell me, Arun, what do you want?
Sir, I want to mute, sir. There was a noise, sir. From your side, can you mute it, sir?
Why say there is no noise?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I'll check it for some more time. Thank you.
What noise? Can you tell me?
Some kind of fan kind of noise, or some.
Fan. Okay.
Yeah, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Now it is okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Please give an example for robotic use cases. Robotic use cases is what is very much Python is for, like a BO. Yes. So, for example, you can use it for these are the places. Like I'll share you the link. Okay, those who are there. Where is the chat? The document. Here you go. So I have pasted the link next to it where you can see the code for playing around with the data science. Sorry, robotic things. Which is more powerful, R or Python? So as I said, R is like your bank. Python is your what is it? Google Pay. Okay, you pick which you wanted. Why Python is popular? Python is popular because of its what is that? Use cases. It's not because of its simplicity. Simplicity is one of the good things, but it has a lot of machine learning features. It has a lot of other things. A lot of modules are there. The modules are which it makes it popular. Okay. Classify the text. Yes, you can do it. CUIC. Share the PPT. Yes. Yes. Actually, the URL is here. These URLs. Ramesh share URLs. Okay. All these things. Yeah. Autonomous vehicle field. There are a lot of things. If you go and search for ML and PyTorch, okay, that is mission. Okay. PyTorch. So this is one of the good examples. For example, like I will share that. So this link would be much more useful for you. This is a simple autonomous driving example with which you can do it. Sorry, boss. Yeah. it will be useful for you. Pre-assessment, all those things are taken. How to make a Python library? It is very simple. Open a text file, write the code, whatever you want to do, save as a Python module. That's all. Okay, there is nothing complicated in it. Very simple, and you can host it in any one of the stuff. Okay, explain the application of Python. Yes, I said. Workshop on Django. Probably I'll leave that decision to sir to decide it. BioPython. BioPython is one of the best thing. I'll explain that as well. So typically in BioPython, people use the sequence analysis. A lot of sequence analysis is done. Okay, so this is where this comes into play. Python. So for doing sequence analysis, you can do it very simple. For example, import the database and then open the database, and you can do it right away. Okay, for BioPython. So this is one of the good places where it will be much more beneficial for you guys. Okay, for BioPython, playing around with it. There are a lot of examples are there. Okay, if you go here, you can see a lot of source codes there. Okay, I will share the source code as well to you. So you can have a look at the source code, and that will be directly helpful for you for BioPython. Okay, why Python is used in data science? Because of the library. Data science, there are a lot of libraries which is available there. Popular things are pandas. Okay, pandas is most popular stuff, which in the next session Ramesh will cover up. Okay, the other Ramesh, he'll take it up through the whole journey, and he'll explain the stuff, what it is, why it is used, it, how to do it, all those things, and he will also touch about IoT and other stuff. Okay, Python app development, no, sorry, actually in the app development, Python is not that great. There are options, but still it is not evolved. That in that place, Python is kind of little slow in that mobile app development. So there, JavaScript is a key player. Okay, JavaScript or Kotlin or Shift. These three are the popular player there. Python is okay there. There are some cross-compile libraries out there, but it is not stable yet. Okay. Okay. These are some of the questions. Let me get into the PPT alone. Okay. So I've answered most of the questions. So in GUVI, where and all we have used this, one is a recommendation engine. As I was showing the recommendation stuff, right? That is more personalized, and it is done by a machine learning model at the end. So what it will do is, let's assume you are a user. When you log in, we try to collect your data. For example, you are from which, what you are learning, how you are learning. We try to analyze, compare you with the existing learner. Hey, let's assume Arun is there. Arun is learning Python, and we know that Ramesh has also learned Python already. So whatever Ramesh is learning new will be also interesting for Arun. Okay, so let's pick the data from the Arun and share it. Sorry, pick the data from Ramesh and share it. Hey, Ramesh has watched these three things. For example, somebody was talking about BioPython. So if I learn Python, I might get a recommendation of BioPython. Okay, I might pick or not, that's my choice, but the recommendation would be given. Hey, BioPython is the next choice which you should learn it. Okay, like that, this is called user modeling. Okay, we do the user segmentation first. Based on the user segmentation, we do the modeling. Based on the modeling, we recommend the stuff. Okay, that is the thing. And second thing is the fraud detection. I will show you a real-time dashboard. Okay, so this is a real-time dashboard which we have it. So if you see that in the real-time dashboard, we know who are the most suspicious users. For example, this user is a most suspicious user because he has used from 8 different devices. And another thing is admin@guvi.in. Obviously, we have used it in multiple devices. This is from 11 devices. And this KJSL@guvi.in, this is a college which they are using our platform. So they have used from multiple places as well. And what is the session they have used it, how all those things in the last 7 days, we have it. So we can do it with the last 7 days, with last 30 days, all the stuffs we can get it. Okay. So for example, this is another college called KPR in Coimbatore. They use our platform. And they have used the same mail ID from 32 devices. Okay. Since it's an admin login, they might have used in multiple departments, multiple places. We know that. Okay. So like these kind of stuffs we can analyze and get it. And by that, we can directly save money. If they are a potentially bad user, we can go and block them. For this, we use, this is a real-time data. We use machine learning at the end. Okay. This is one of the fraud detection models which we have it. Second one is code auto detection, code plagiarism detection. Okay. Any questions in this part, the code detection, I mean, the fraud detection till now? I will try to get the link from somewhere. Yogesh. So I will mute it down here so that I will not disturb my flow. Okay. So any questions, you can always explain it. Okay. Okay. So, okay. Thank you. Okay. So let's get into this stuff. This is what we have seen it. And when it comes to code detection, let's say I will take a code. Where is it? Here it is. Yeah. So let's say for reading something, let's say in C++, we use cin, right? Okay. Cin and do it. For Java, it takes at least 3 to 4 lines. You have to do a buffer reader and do it. In Python, it is just input. Okay. So let's assume if you want, when our students take the test, online test, they can take in around 16 different languages. Okay. The same cin, if the guy is a C++ guy, he can remember that and he can do it very easily. Or Python guy, he can do it and do very easily. For a Java guy, it's painful to remember and type all the 3 lines everywhere. Okay. What as a platform we can do is we can allow them to copy paste that from the internet for reading the input. Okay. But what happens is, what if he has copied the other code rather than the input? So that I need to check it. Okay. So first is number of lines we detect, and language in which you are using it, and where you are copying from, source, and what type of code you are copying from. Okay. And how frequent you are doing it. Okay. How, what is it? Is it a common code, like a standard common code? Like as I was saying, it's a read code or a logic code. Okay. So it's a logic or what's it like? It's like a input output IO. Okay. These are some of the signals. Okay. Or we call in the machine learning, we call there is a features using which you classify someone else good or bad, or the apple or orange, whatever you want to classify. Here, these are some of the things. And another thing is how fast you are typing something. Even that we detected. If somebody is copying from someone else's code, what they'll do, they'll blindly copy and do it. If they are thinking and typing, the speed would be different. If they are blindly copy pasting, the speed would be different. Okay. So speed at which you type and how you interact with the interface, interact with the interface, all those things will tell me you are a good user or a fraudster. So you might have taken the test, right? From the test also, I can right now open it and check it. How many people have copy pasted or referred someone else to answer the question? I can easily pick it up. Okay. There might be some false positive. That's a different thing. Okay. But most of the time, we'll be able to detect whether you are copied, referred someone else, Googled something else, and then pasted it or not. Okay. When you do all those things in the browser, we can track the browser. So from that tracking, we can easily say that, hey, this guy has done some cheating. So even if you have scored more marks, like 90 marks out of 100, we can say that this guy is a fraudster because he has searched something and then he copy pasted something, and the copy pasted thing is not desirable stuff. Till that level, we can say it. For this, we use machine learning and the underhood. Okay. These are the features. I mean, I haven't listed all the features. I've listed only 7 features. There are around 15 features we look at it. So based on the 15 features, we classify you are a red guy or an orange guy or a fraudster. For example, here also we say it, right? So if you see that 658 people are fraudster, 159 are perfect guys, 20,000, which is 19,000, are border category. So they can be either suspicious or they can be a fraudster. So we alert that, and the user and the reviewer can check it out whether you want to have it a good guy or a bad guy. Okay, so this is the second place where we use it. Okay, code detection and account detection, and all these things are exposed via Flask microservices. Okay, this is another place where we have it. Okay, we expose that using a RESTful service so that we can consume in the other places using a RESTful methodology. Okay, this is what we do it. And the next thing is Pygame. Okay, Pygame, I'll show a demo. Okay, simple Pygame. Yeah, so for example, this is a game which is built using Python. Okay, that's all. So this is a simple game which is built in Python. Copy file paths. Let me go to command line. Okay, I'll clear the current thing. Okay. Oh, okay. Mine, I haven't installed the certain libraries. So typically this is a snake game. You might have played the snake game, right? In the Nokia 1100 mobile, if you are familiar with, or if you are a modern guy, we call the same thing in a slither.io. So this one. So everybody knows this game, right? So this game can be built in Pygame. So that is the code for this. So I have uninstalled few libraries. Because of that, it was not showing it up. Or else you can show the entire, I can show the entire code demo with the stuff. So Pygame, I have imported it, and then I have done the stuff. The entire course already is there in GUVI. So if you go to GUVI, so let me log out. So Pygame, it is a free course. Anybody can go and enroll it and get it started. Okay, it is a very short and sweet game. So where we have showed it, so you can get started with this Pygame using stuff. So I am the one who has taken the entire session. So you can have a look at all the recordings there. It is free for everybody who wants to learn. Okay, so that is where Pygame is there. And the last part of the example is Turtle. Okay, let me go and check whether the Turtle is working fine, or I have uninstalled the Turtle module. So this is a Turtle stuff. Let me go and do it. Okay, let's draw X again. Let's check it out. Sublime.txt. Copy file paths. Go here to the command line, do a Python, and then do a stuff. Paste. If I do it, it's loaded or not. Yeah, here it is. See, it is doing the drawing. So the hexagon drawing. So this is a beautiful thing which kids will love it. Okay, so this will teach them the loops, colors, arrays. For example, with the simple 4-line of code, whatever you are seeing it here, right? So what it does an array which has all the colors, and it does a range, which is a for loop with the range, and it is iterating through it and do a left, right, forward. That's all. Okay, adding every time previously. Okay, so this is one of the beautiful things which kids will love it, and anybody who wants to learn visually can start with this. Okay, this Pygame. Okay, so I'll show a couple of more examples which would be interesting. So this is one example. Another example, let me check it out. Shape, fill, stamp, on key press, blue flowers. Let's check it out. Copy file path, go here, Python, double quotes, paste and do it. Here it is. Okay, see here. So this one is done just with few lines of code, nothing hard here. Okay, simple for loop with the for loop, nested for loop. That's all it is there. Okay, So it goes to a different location and it draws a circle and starts from a circle. So these kind of stuffs are done in a simple way, and anybody who wants to learn can learn it. This is purely fun. Okay. So this part, you can start with this and then go with Pygame, then do a little bit of web development. If you don't want web development, you can start with the Raspberry Pi or a BioPython. So after BioPython, you can go with the other stuff like machine learning and other things. So all the stuffs you can do it. Okay. So this is the beauty of Python and where it is used. Okay. And even in our platform, let me go to the platform. So we have everything here. So let's say I will go and log in and show it. If you want to learn pandas, let's go to the course. I'm just showing it. So you can do all the data analytics stuff here. So the voice may not be coming out because I have to attach the voice with the web stream. Okay.
This following makes sense to me.
Okay, so this is where you can start with pandas, and then you can get it started with what is a data frame, how to do it, what is a statistical analysis. Okay, and the final project you will have it, which you can play around it. All those things can be done simply with the Python stuff. Okay, so see, a lot of flowers are born now. Okay, it is going in, in circles. Okay, these are some of the use cases, real-time examples which we have used it, and you can also use it. Okay, in your day in day out stuff. So recommendation engine, fraud detection, these two are ML examples. Microservice is a web example. Pygame is a fun example. Turtle is a learning example. These are some of the real world examples which in GUVI we use it, or at least in my personal choice, I use the last two things. The first are GUVI parts. The second one is the personal parts. Okay. So that is what it is. So any questions, anything? Let me go to the chat. Where is the chat? Here it is. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. The more of the questions are towards the link, which we'll check it out. Okay. The link expires and other things more towards copy pasting the wrong things. Okay. Check it out. Is there any other questions in the doc? Explain about web scraping. Yes. Is a couple of questions are there. Is Python best language for API for data science and machine learning? Yes, without doubt, Palniappa, that is the best language. Okay, right now. Probably after a week, I don't know, but at least for next 1 year, that is the best language. Again, no one else is right now coming up with it. And web scraping. Web scraping is like getting the data. For example, let's say, let's go to some site. Okay. Welcome to Property. So I can copy the stuff and paste it in a normal file. Okay, this is called scrapping. Scrapping means you can take something from it and save it for yourself. That's called scrapping. Okay, so this scraping can be done automatically. So I will show you a code for it. So I'll try to get an example for it. So I'll show right away. So let me install the beautiful soup. Okay, this is a module which is needed. Some might know it or some may not know it. Stop it. So let me check. Okay, first let me show how to test it out. Okay, so let's say if I want to check whether I have beautiful soup or not. So let me go to my Python. Okay, and paste that line, whatever the import of beautiful soup. Check it. See, it says that import error. Okay, which means that I don't have it. So I will exit from it. Okay, and let me install the stuff. Beautiful soup, pip install beautiful soup 4. I think I have pip 3, I guess. Pip 3, not pip. No, pip only. Okay, let it install. Pip is not there. Okay, pip 3 is there. It is collecting and it has installed it. So let's go to Python 3. Okay, and test it out whether it is installed or not. Yeah, it is installed because there is no error. Last time we got the import error, right? I don't have it right now. So I exit from here and clear it. It's a normal command prompt. Okay. So let me go and check the copy, the content here. Okay. The sample example, I'm not going to redo anything new. Okay. So let me save this. Where I'll save it. Let me save it in my scrap.py. Okay. So let me do it. Copy file path and go to Python, sorry, command prompt and do the stuff, paste and enter. Okay, URL lib is not there. Okay, that is giving an error. pip3 install URL lib, I guess. Okay, let me search it. What is the URL lib stuff? Python Python 3 URL lib pip installing URL lib. Okay, it's already installed. That's what it is saying. Let me check it out then. Python, paste it. Yeah, it is already there. Then why it is giving me error? What is the error I got? URL input.url open. No module name request. Okay, let me, if that is the case, probably this code might have an error. Let's pick some other code. Okay. So instead of wasting time, I'm just trying to speed it up. Okay. All I want is a demo. So here is the code, guys. Okay. Yeah. No, this is not right. Let me get it from somewhere else. Should I need to install URL request? Yes, I need to install these two guys then. So right now, pip3 install, what is that? Request. So I'm installing the request. Let it install. pip3 install. Okay, I've installed both. Let me copy the code. And then let me go to the content and paste it with the new code, whatever it is. Okay. And come over here and run the stuff, my scrappy. Okay, I got the story. What is the reason I got it? It's Python 3. So I have two versions of Python. That was my trouble. Okay. So see, I got the entire contents over here. If you see this, so this is the contents of that site. So I got the entire site. Instead of manually copy pasting it, I have copied the entire code of that site. Whichever site is this is the one. Okay. This site I've copy pasted without even touching the site. Okay, I don't know what site is there. So this is called web scraping. So we have web scraped the entire contents from this thing, and then I've done it. I've just printed it in the command line. You can do it, save it in a file, and do the processing, all those stuff. That is your choice. Okay, so that is example for web scraping. Does analyzing? No, it cannot be used for medical images. So for medical images, you have to use OpenCV. Okay. Traffic prediction, no, prediction you have to go for a ML, not SDN. Okay, so you have to collect the data for the networking domain and then do a ML model to do the prediction stuff. That's how it is. Okay, any other questions? Okay. Okay, guys. Thank you. Thanks for your time. So that's all from my end. I gave the real life demo and I've shown some code with the explanation. Thanks for patiently listening to me. Okay. If you want to learn anything, you can learn it from the site as well. That will be useful for you. Yeah. I'll go on mute and stop sharing.
Thank you, Arun. In fact, it was a wonderful session.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so in a very simpler way, you made it today. So I think with simply writing a 4 line of code, you can generate a game. So very interesting. So by game is you said it's your own proprietary product. So,
Yes, sir.
so normally people used to say anybody can make sophistication, only the genius can make the simplification. Really did that job today. So thank you very much once again on behalf of CUIC Anna University.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Yeah. So,
Thanks a lot.
Bala. Bala,
Yes.
Bala, what will be the process today now? Can we break for lunch and join back by 1:15?
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, that should be great. Meanwhile, the people who have not taken the assessment also can take the assessment during the lunch break itself.
Okay. So, friends, I think there are about some 60 participants are there since from the morning continuously watching. So, my sincere appreciation and congratulations to them. So, probably on the chat box, you can type your name and a capital letter with the college in which you are working. So that will enable us to prepare a e-certificate and send it to you back, right? So probably we need your email ID, telephone number, and the name of the participant with the college. Bala, if you can be able to create a kind of a template and you can share it to a link, so that will be easy for us to prepare a e-certificate and send it across to them. Meanwhile, my team is also working on the feedback form. So I think probably they will share it with you another 5 to 10 minutes. You can also go through that, and if there is any corrections or incorporations that to be made, you can do that. So thank you very much, participants. I think Ramesh, are you in the meeting still today now?
Sir, I am there. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Ramesh.
Yes,
thanks for your time. I think you did a fantastic job in the morning.
I'm not the guy, sir. Actually, sorry. I'm the under.
Not the Ramesh Balaji.
This is GUVI Ramesh.
Okay. I thought the Ramesh.
Sorry,
Ramesh Balaji. Okay. Thank you, Ramesh. Again, in coordinating all this. So thank you one and all the participants. So we'll have a lunch break. As Bala mentioned, people who are not taken up the pre-test, they can do the pre-test. So I think we can log in back again by 1:15. Is it okay, Bala?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine, sir. 1:15 is fine.
Okay, yeah.
I'll just walk them through the assessment part so that the people who are not taken it can take it. So just for a minute, I'll just walk them.
Please.
Participants, actually, you would have actually received the link for assessment, right? So I'll just go to the video. Here it is. For example, if you have seen it, everywhere you could actually see it here, right? So this is the URL. So this is where you will actually start with, okay, to take the assessment. If you already have a username and password in GUVI, you can log in with it. Or in case, if for example, if you already had a username password, you can just log in. As simple as this. You see that I could go here and take the test, okay? In case you have not actually logged in or you did not have an account in GUVI earlier, in case you do not have an account in GUVI earlier, just go down and create a new account. Okay, so once you create this account, have the details filled, and once you submit it, you will actually receive an activation email in your link in your email, registered email, the email which you enter here. Okay, so just go to the email and activate the link. Then you can actually come here and again go to this link and enter the email ID password and take the test. Okay, hope this clarifies the queries regarding taking the test or the assessment part. So this is a mandatory one, so kindly don't skip this. This will help us to understand how you are actually learning forward. Okay, so this is for the evaluation and for the comparison, but no prejudgment. So do not worry about providing the wrong answers.
So we are not interested on the score, so we want to find out how the learning is, right? So before we start the program and once we complete it, so the score will not have any kind of an impact.
Exactly. So that is the intention. So please go ahead and just answer the question if you know it, or else that's perfectly fine. No worries on that part. Okay. So thank you so much. We will break for lunch, and we'll also share the feedback form in the emails or the participants over there itself. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Bala.
Thank you, sir. I'm just sharing.
Thank you, Arup. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I think it's time up. I think everyone has been assembled again. Okay. So we'll start in a minute. Okay. So okay. Hi. Hi, everyone. Can I? Shall we go ahead? Uh, just a minute. Fine. Yeah. Good afternoon. So myself Ramesh. Okay, I'm from GUVI. So we'll be taking care of the. We'll be looking into the rest of the sessions. Okay, rest of the topics which we have. So overall over the applications of Python. Okay. So yeah. So I hope you can hear me, right? So yeah. Okay. Fine. So yeah. Just a minute. Yeah. Okay, fine. I hope we are good to move, right? Yeah. So the lot of topics have been covered so far since morning. Okay. So it's been great sessions by Arun sir as well as by Mr. Balaji, Ramesh Balaji. Okay. So yeah, hereafter, okay, we'll be looking into different aspects of Python. Okay, where we have been using Python. Okay, so where we have been where people have been implementing Python extensively. Such kind of stuff we will see hereafter. Okay, fine. So I think as of now you might have got some broad overview of about Python, right? Something like yeah, just a minute. Okay, so the importance of Python. Okay, so why sudden growth of Python has been there. Okay, as well as what are the domains which have been predominantly using Python. Okay, this kind of stuff I think you might have okay, so I think you might have gone through, right? So you might have come across by what are the sessions which have been covered by them, right? So here now we'll look into the different aspects, right? So as of now, as I said, like libraries are the biggest boon to Python. Okay, so whatever you do, wherever you go, okay, so somewhere, okay, if you want to do something in astronomy, okay, you want to explore out of interest, okay, in astronomy or astrophysics, okay, so there you can go with some libraries called AstroPy. Okay, so there are certain libraries like that. Okay, AstroPython. Okay, and if you want to go with bioinformatics, as Sar said, okay, earlier in the morning session, you can try something like BioPython. Okay, so there are a lot of libraries like that. Okay, so you're not alone actually. Okay, so the community is so huge. Okay, Python community is so huge, and they have been open sourcing a lot of libraries daily. Okay, daily they have been open sourcing a lot of libraries. You can see a lot of libraries. Okay, so it you doesn't feel like, okay, it's been so hard for me to accomplish the task, as well as the language itself is very easy to understand. Besides that, you will have additional help. Okay, so I can say that within a month, okay, there you can see these days people, one few best examples we can say, within a month, within few months, okay, maybe barely 1 or 2 months, the people will be claiming like maybe 3 months, okay, they'll be claiming like I have learned machine learning. Okay, I think you might have seen this, right? They just say straight away, this I had learned machine learning, I had learned computer vision. Okay, so those domains, they claim like I had learned such kind of technologies within span of 1 or 2 months. Okay, they say like that. Why? Because actually it is not possible for the complete beginner to accomplish such kind of technologies within short period of span. Okay, so but they choose Python. Okay, so Python is such a language where everything will be there in the form of libraries. Okay, you don't need to code from the scratch. You don't need to take out you don't need to bother about mathematics actually. Okay, so there will be maths actually. If you want to be a real machine learning engineer or a data scientist, okay, the background maths will be there. Okay, statistics, okay, linear algebra, you need to concern about all those stuff. Okay, so that's what which make you a real machine learning engineer. Okay, that's how it makes you actually. But what this Python do, it will make you something like, even now, okay, within another 10 to 15 minutes, if you have some minimal knowledge in Python, for sure you can write a machine learning algorithm. Okay, if you know some theoretical understanding about any algorithm, okay, you can code it within less than 10 lines of 10 lines. Okay, within 10 lines you can finish a machine learning algorithm with simplest data. Okay, such simple it is. Okay, but when it comes to the background, okay, how it's been happening, what are the things which I've been using, okay, such kind of stuff, when you dig out, okay, there will be a lot of mathematics in behind it. Okay, so you need to concern about all those stuff when you want to expertise actually. Okay, that is the way which you're supposed to go. Okay, so it's something like a wrapping. Okay, so you'll be covered with all something like okay, it's fine, it is so good for me to pursue this. Actually, such kind of feel you'll get when you're dealing with any technology with Python. Okay, you'll get a lot of support. Through libraries, packages. Okay, you'll get a lot of support like that. Okay, that's why people have been rushing towards a lot of technologies like machine learning. Okay, so data science, you can see a lot there is a huge hype for this kind of technologies. Okay, well, only because they are not been so fascinated about maths actually. Okay, when they look straight away, they have been subjected to maths, for sure they will flee off. Most of the guys will flee off. Okay, so but Python, what it is actually, it won't show you the maths, and it won't allow you to code from the scratch. Okay, so that's how it has been. Fine, so I hope you got this right. So yeah, that's such a beauty language it is. Okay, fine, so enough of this. and I want to go to another aspects, okay, different aspects, okay. So we'll be dealing where we have been using this language, okay, this simply, I mean, this simple language where we have been using, okay. So I mean, you might have heard about embedded systems and IoT, okay. So both are same actually. So and I mean, you might have heard about I mean, mechanical engineering, okay, where I mean, the people have been doing some kind of CAD designs, okay. So where I mean, in such kind of area as well, where how can you use machine learning, I mean, sorry, Python, okay. So and then besides that, where you can go with this kind of electrical systems, okay, something like, I mean, power grid maintenance, okay, some kind of stuff, okay, some such kind of stuff like that, okay, while analyzing such kind of things, okay. So and then noise measuring, noise measurements as well, okay. So how can you build all those things with Python, okay. So and as well as in signal systems, okay. So signal processing, okay, predominantly MATLAB has been used so far, okay, right. So but it is not same these days, okay. People have been most of the guys have been opting for Python actually, okay. There are certain reasons for that, okay. We'll go one by one, okay, one after another. We'll go and we'll reveal them, okay. So I mean, MATLAB, obviously you know certain reasons, right. So the downgrade of MATLAB, but even though it's an excellent language, okay. So fine. So such kind of stuff has been there as well, okay. And not just signal processing, there you can go with image processing as well, okay. One I mean, one such a beautiful area, okay, beautiful domain, okay. So there you can pursue I mean, you can go further with help of machine learning, okay. So there is a I mean, there is a amalgamation of both, and you can have some new domain called computer vision, okay. So these days you see computer vision applications everywhere, okay. The face locks which you see in your mobile phone, okay, it's computer vision, okay. So and then besides that and when you have been using some social media networks, okay, so maybe Facebook or Instagram, okay, or some kind of filters, okay, through apps, while you have been using there will be certain face locks, right. So when you for suppose, let us consider you have been using Facebook, okay. So Facebook, when you tag your group photo, okay, your friend's group photo, just you will be posting it, that's all, okay. You are not going to tag everyone like he's so and so, she is so and so, like that, okay. But now Facebook itself is doing that. Do you know that, okay? You are not going to tag everyone, okay, manually. Why? Because the Facebook algorithm knows that he is so and so guy, she is so and so guy. They have the data, okay. They can say that she is so and so, he is so and so, okay. So there are a lot of implications over it, okay. And it's been what to say, a big research domain, okay, including by imparting deep learning technologies, okay. We'll see deep learning and computer vision related stuff tomorrow, okay. So there are certain areas where with Python, okay. So what are the domains which you can cover, what are the domains which you can touch, okay, we'll see, okay. So that's how about, I mean, image processing and computer vision, okay. We can see, okay. So with some more explanations and some more practical things, okay, we'll see. And then and rest of the aspects as I explained, IoT, okay. So IoT is not a new domain actually. So it's been there actually. I mean, it's a kind of hype, you can say, okay. It's just embedded systems plus internet, okay, internet plus networking, that's all, okay. So but there are a lot of reasons for its sudden uprising, okay. So a lot of things have incorporated for its uprising, okay. It is one such a huge domain these days, okay. So there is huge market scope for that actually. So yeah, that's how, I mean, we'll see that as well. And yeah, so the rest of the things, like, I mean, Sar would have covered BioPython, okay. So for bioinformatics, computational biology, such kind of areas where you have been dealing with RNA, DNA sequences, okay. So we can go with BioPython. Yeah.
Ramesh, can you be little audible?
Yeah, sir. Is how about now? Can you hear me?
Now I can able to hear you. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So fine. Yeah. Okay. So as I said, like, I mean, not just confined to that actually, even GUI programming, okay. So when you go with GUI programming, graphical user interfaces, you'll be having a lot of libraries in that as well, okay. So you can go with Tkinter, okay, PyQt. There are a lot of libraries like that, okay. All open source, okay. So people have been opting for such kind of stuff, okay. Even when it comes to the core electrical and electronics domains, people have been relying on LabVIEW, MATLAB, okay. Such kind of software is also there.
Ramesh, sorry to interrupt again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Little audible, Max.
Okay.
Maybe you
Sir.
can come closer to the mic or to the system.
Just a minute, sir. Actually, I'll. How about now, sir?
Now it's good. Yeah.
Fine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. If it is low, please let me know, sir.
Now it's okay. Ideal
Yes.
now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah. So just a minute, sir. Just how I'll put off all those disturbances. Fine. So yeah. So the rest of the big domains have been already discussed. Okay, already been introduced to you. You can look at it. Okay, so when you go with the Pygame, okay, for game development, it's been very, very enjoyable for you. Okay, you can enjoy while doing that. Okay, such an easy library for you. Okay, so on Django, when it comes to Django, okay, web development framework. So NLP, okay, natural language processing, NLTK has been there. So BioPython, as I said, like for bioinformatics as well as computational biology. Okay, so like that, there have been a lot of stuff. Okay, NumPy, one such important library where you have been using NumPy in most of the domains. Okay, where I have been dealing with arrays. Okay, so this kind of stuff. Okay, NumPy has been very important. Okay, we'll see some code. Okay, some code. I'll try to execute some code for that. Okay. So you can look at it, and I'll share some material for that as well. Okay, fine. So NumPy is one such important library. Okay, for numerical Python. Okay, so for scientific computation purposes, they have introduced this library, and it's something like the lists which you see in Python. You might have seen lists in Python, right? The same thing. Okay, but it has been very fast. Okay, so why? Because see. When it comes to Python, the language itself we have been using for different domains like data science, machine learning. Okay, so and then related domains. Okay, so something like IoT. Okay, web development, such kind of stuff. Most of the time when you have been dealing with a lot of data. Okay, so it consumes a lot of time when the language is slow. Okay, do you know one thing? Actually, Python language is slow. Okay, so when compared to other languages, the major drawback of Python is it is slow actually. Okay, so I thought to incorporate that in the slide actually, but it has missed out. Okay. So fine. For tomorrow's PPT, I will elaborately explain the things behind it. As I said, like the language itself is slow. Okay. So when it has been slow, when it has been dealing with huge amounts of data. For suppose, let us consider you have been processing an image. Okay. So you know right, an image an image has a pixel. Okay. So in a pixel, it will be having the configurations of around RGB values. Okay. So RGB values which are ranging from 0 to 255, right? So so while you have been processing such kind of data, okay, so it takes much time for you to process within short period of time. Okay, it may not look much time for us. Okay, but computationally, when compared with other features, okay, other aspects, it will be much time actually. Okay, so when it has been like that actually, so it has been taking much time, then eventually it is not reliable one. Okay, when you go with the actual lists in Python. Okay, that's why we need something which is so fast. Okay, which supposed to operate in a fast aspect. Okay, so that's why you'll go with some kind of scientific libraries. Okay, you can see the NumPy, pandas. Okay, so NumPy is a scientific library where you can do the same thing, same processing with much efficiency, and it's been very fast when compared to lists. Okay, so lists are slow. Okay, so I'll show. Maybe probably tomorrow I'll come up with a code for that. Okay, so then you can see the comparison between scientific library and the normal list which I have. Okay, already list which I have. Actually, as I said, like NumPy, it's been for predominantly we'll use it for numerical computations. Okay, so yeah, so you can ask me like how come NumPy comes? NumPy is very fast. And lists are array handling things like lists are slow when both are in Python, right? So both are Python only, right? So NumPy is also Python, right? Numerical Python. Okay, so how come it's been fast? Actually, NumPy is not built with help of Python actually. Okay, it is built with some other fast languages, the languages which have been fast. Okay, C++, like that. Okay, it is built with some other languages. Okay, so and the wrapping which you see is Python. That's all. That's why it has been fast. Okay, so the wrapping which you see is it's just Python. Okay, so that's why it's been fast when compared to the actual list which you have been using in Python. Okay, so that's how it has been. It's an important library for you guys. Wherever you have been going. Okay, So the normal array handling, okay, wherever you've been going, okay, wherever something like maybe in maybe even in mechanical engineering as well, where you have been dealing with much data, as well as in electrical engineering as well, okay, when you are dealing with signal systems, okay, while you have been processing the signals data, okay, so such kind of stuff as well. These libraries have been very important, okay. So NumPy is one such library. We'll see some code, okay. Straight away I'll show the code to you, and I will show you certain editors or interpreters, okay. So how to use them, okay, something like Jupyter Notebook, okay, such kind of stuff. Okay, so that we will be introduced to NumPy, Pandas, such kind of important libraries, and as well as Matplotlib for visualization. Okay, fine, great, yeah. And then as I said, like okay, so you might have been wondered how I mean, apart from the computation, I mean computer science and related domains, okay, IT, computer science related domains. So where you can go with Python, okay, where you can take up Python and where you can deal with Python actually. So there are a lot of domains already been incorporating Python actually. Okay, they have been doing it for long. I mean, for a long time. Not just it is not just new actually. Okay, it has been there for a long time. They have been using it for a long time, but because of recent hype and things, okay, the guys have been really incorporating there in their structure. Okay, so in their curriculum or where have been whatever the structure which they have. Okay, so you can see previously MATLAB is one such as I said, like maybe when I was pursuing my BTech as well, okay, there was MATLAB actually. Okay, so just barely 4-5 years back as well, there was MATLAB. Okay, so now university has been going with Python. Okay, and yeah, one important thing I need to say actually, they have been trying to incorporate Python, as well as they are trying to go with the devices or the instruments, okay, which have the Python support. Okay, so Python, where we can enable Python, where you can go with Python, such kind of things have been happening actually. So there is a separate chapter for IIT Bombay. Okay, so one such example I can say, a few of my friends have been there in IIT Bombay. There I come across there is a chapter for Python. Okay, so for such kind of stuff. Okay, so they have been promoting Python for all kind of lab oriented instruments. Okay, so there have been there is a chapter called FOSSC. Okay, FOSSCE. Okay, so it's been there actually in IIT Bombay. Okay, so I'll come up with elaborate information regarding that tomorrow. Okay, so I'll put on the slides. Okay, so eventually today I missed it out. Okay, fine. So that's how. So Python has been rapidly growing overall. I mean, over the communities. Okay, so not just confined to computer science and IT domains. Okay, so there have been it's been enlarging itself. Okay, so because of its what to say, its catchy nature. Okay, so and as well as its advantages. Okay, because of huge open source community. Okay, so you are not alone. Wherever you go, you will be having libraries and you will have support. Okay, you don't need to feel like, okay, I need to build everything from the scratch like that. Okay, you don't need to have such feel. Okay, fine, that's how it's been, that's how good it will be. Okay, so when you can see this actually. Okay, so it's been it all makes sense actually. It's a control system actually, the image which you have been looking into. Okay, so we'll discuss about it. Yeah, so when I go into, I mean, I research kind of stuff. Okay, something like with machine learning. Okay, what are the things which you have been doing with electrical and electronic systems. Okay, so how we have been doing that. So for that, eventually Python is needed. How we have been dealing with that actually. Okay, what kind of machine learning stuff which have been using there for electrical and electronic systems. Okay, so so for that, I mean, eventually we need machine learning for that, right? Sorry, Python for that, right? So so we'll discuss it in the later part. First we'll touch up what are the things which you can deal with normal engineering applications. Okay, so fine. Yeah, so I think you can see this, right? Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty well explained by the Arun sir, as well as Mr. Balaji, Ramesh Balaji sir actually. Okay, so you can look at it. Okay, so it's been easy. Okay, and it's been open source as well when compared to other languages. Okay, which have been predominantly used by many so market chains. Okay, so they are not open source actually. So that is one of the main reason for their downfall as of now. Okay, so that is one of the advantage for Python when it comes to it. Since it is open source, so you don't need to pay, or you need to get any license. Okay, you don't need to pay anything for them. Okay, so it's been open source. Okay, so yeah, so it's an interpreter language, so, and it supports multi paradigms. Okay, so paradigms like functional, object oriented, it supports multi paradigms. So and then embeddable, okay, so not just for computers, okay, not just for computers as such kind of devices. You can go with the embedded devices, okay. You can go with Raspberry Pi, ESP 8266, okay. You might have heard about ESP 8266, okay. So we'll call it as node MCU, okay. So otherwise we'll call it as Arduino killer, where it has internet enabled over it, where Arduino doesn't have internet in the previous sessions, okay. So that's why node MCU, people call it as Arduino killer. Okay, fine. It's all related to hardware. We'll see that. Fine. So such kind of devices where we can go with Python. It's also okay. There we have libraries already. Okay. So fine. So yeah. So yeah, the reasons for this actually. Okay. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, when it comes to speed, okay, so as I said, okay, the language itself is slow. That's why it's been having some C language features in it. Okay, so language, Python alone, it can't go with that much speed. Okay, so that is one such huge drawback for Python. Okay, so rest of the things you are pretty well aware. Okay, so it's been dominating when it comes to other languages, other P's. Okay, so yeah, so and I think you might have gone through this kind of stuff like how to install libraries. Okay, so you feel very easy while you've been installing that, right? So while I've been going with pip installations, okay, so you might have been feel very well easy for that. Okay, so if you don't hesitate, you can ask that as well. Okay, I'll show you how to install that as well. Since if you want to work on such kind of libraries, okay, you need to know how to install them manually. Okay, so such kind of things have been there as well. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so you can see the same stuff has been there. Okay, and yeah, so it's an interpreter language, and you can see you can it's been portable with other machines. Okay, you can run the code in other machines like Raspberry Pi. As I said, like a lot of boards have been supporting it. Okay, it's a lot of IoT boards, IoT enabled boards. Okay, so a lot of normal embedded boards have been supporting it. Okay, so that's how it has been. So well, that's why it's been growing fast in that community as well. Okay, in that hardware community as well. Okay, so yeah, so automation testing equipment. See, I think you might have seen oscilloscopes, right? So probably the guys from electronics domains. Okay, so from School of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, they might have gone through oscilloscopes. Okay, rather even other domains as well might have gone through that as well. So there we can see, the old age-old oscilloscopes, how you deal with the things like when you give the input signals to them. Okay, when you provide some kind of signals to them. Okay, so they will be processing that signal, and you will be getting some kind of waveform as output. Okay, but here it comes to when it comes to Python enabled devices. Okay, where you will be see you can see all this description where you can have the data. Okay, so you can have the data in the form of CSV files. See some kind of interpretation we can do. Okay, so providing the signal as input to the device. Just a minute. Okay, so providing the signal to the device. Okay, so that you can make it, you can visualize the graphs. Okay, so using the existing libraries with that. Okay, so you can have matplotlib, you can have PyQt, sorry, matplotlib, as well as the libraries have been there. Okay, such kind of libraries you can go with proper visualization. Okay, so you can have the CSV files data. So there are certain oscilloscopes which have been enabled with Python. Okay, so that you can see this kind of things have been there as well. So okay, so you can see the oscilloscope which I have mentioned. Okay, so you can and take digital storage oscilloscope. Okay, where it is enabled with the above features which I have told you. Okay, so it's been a very easy for us. Okay, when you have such kind of features. Okay, so you can easily get the results. Okay, so at the earliest. Okay, so without any mess up. Okay, so we can get some accurate form of data. Okay, so with the data we can go with further research, what are the things which I've been dealing with. Okay, so that's how it has been. So there are not just these devices, there are a lot of the function generators. Okay, function generators and oscilloscopes. Okay, like this have been devices have been upgraded. Okay, they have been supporting Python. Okay, so yeah, So, and you can see the one major competitor for MATLAB, okay, Python. So major as MATLAB, you might have seen MATLAB is one language where it has dominated. Okay, sorry, small interruption. Yeah. So, what is it? Only one, what is it? Competitor where you can see for MATLAB is Python. Okay, the form of Python which I have. Okay. So since other languages have been sidelined, people have been opting to go with Python actually. Okay. So a lot of universities have been incorporated such kind of stuff as already. Okay. So MATLAB actually, it's not. It doesn't mean like the MATLAB is not a good language. It's an excellent language as well. Okay, so for signal processing, okay, so as well as for image processing, people have been predominantly using MATLAB, and even now as well. Okay, so MATLAB is such a good language actually, but where it comes to, it has its own technical disadvantages. But when it comes to the main drawback of MATLAB and the advantage of Python is its business model. Okay, so when you check its business model, you can straight away say like how, why, and why the reason why the MATLAB has been downgrading. Okay, so since it's not open source and you need to pay something for the license. Okay, every time you might have observed this. Okay, the guys who have been from the electrical and electronic schools. Okay, so even from mechanical engineers, you might have observed that. Okay, so we need to pay something for that. Okay, so for the license. Okay, it's not been open source. Okay, so but it has, even though it has an excellent features. Okay, so it comes with an excellent, I mean, recently it comes with excellent some good deep learning features. Okay, so but we can't have it already, I mean, straight away after some certain limit has been after certain threshold has been crossed. Okay, you can't have it further. Okay, so you need to have for sure purchase the license. Okay, so it's not open source. That is the main reason for its downfall actually. But it comes to their own business model. Okay, so when it comes to Python, it's been open source and people have been trying to do something over there. Okay, the community has been building a lot of stuff, and they've been going in a same competitive manner. Okay, so and it's been slowly taking up totally whatever the MATLAB has been dealing with. Okay, so I mean, more or less equally the Python has been going in the same way. Okay, so you can see the array handling. Okay, so it's so easy when we see both languages. Okay, it's been pretty obvious for you. Okay, so it's been so easy for us to understand. But the thing is like they are not. You can't downgrade MATLAB. Okay, technically. Okay, it's been such a good language. Okay, the main reason for its drawback is, for its drawback is its business model. Okay, that's why they have been slowly coming out of the competition. Okay, so this is some, I'm just showing uh, some example for array handling code for comparison. Okay, so that's how it has been. Okay, and you can see the functional differences for MATLAB and Python. Okay, so you can see here. Okay, so it's been as I said, like MATLAB enjoys a lot of advantages when compared to Python. Okay, you can see system modeling, it's been great, and signal processing. Okay, abundance of toolboxes. Okay, so since it has been there, and it's been a great player since years actually. So it has comes with a lot of stuff. Okay, data visualization. So Python, it comes with a lot of stuff these days. Okay, so we can not just Matplotlib, we will be having a lot of data vision libraries. Okay, so a lot have been coming. Okay, so a lot of open source libraries have been coming. Okay, yeah, so the rest of the domains, where we can't use MATLAB. Okay, so it's been there. These areas where MATLAB is not at all there, it's been obvious actually. Okay, people won't go with such kind of stuff with MATLAB. Okay, so where it comes to Python has been it's a kind of all-rounder. It's been there in almost all domains. Okay, so yeah, and the recent hype which you can see. Okay, something like deep learning or machine learning. Okay, data science. Okay, you can see a lot of stuff. Okay, so in Python, but when it comes to MATLAB, it's been very dim. Okay, so the competition is very low. Okay, so people have not been going with that actually. Okay, but the signal processing things. Okay, signal processing or image processing, such kind of stuff. Okay, still it's been somehow competing. Okay, so but finally people criticize MATLAB these days. Okay, I can see, I had seen a lot of social media memes, and you can see, I think if possible I'll come up with that actually tomorrow. Okay, so lot of social media memes and certain funny videos, okay, criticizing MATLAB and how it's been downgrading. Okay, so it's been a fun material these days. Okay, people have been the tech community, they have been making like that fun of MATLAB. Okay, so yeah, so fine, forgot about it, but it's been somehow it's been still dominating. Okay, so yeah, so that's how we can see the competition between MATLAB and Python. Okay, so it's your choice which one to choose. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, and device interfacing. Okay, this one such key area where we need to concern actually. Okay, so when you are able to interface with so and so devices probably. Okay, so then it's been fine for us. Okay, so and the network speed as well as rest of the stuff has been fine actually. So you can see, such kind of interface can be made with some packages like PyVisa. Okay, so I think I would ask this question in the morning session. Okay, so PyVisa, it might be the people who have been from different domains, it might be totally how it will feel like it kind of alien thing to you. Okay, but this I've been concentrating some time for electronics and electrical related domains. Okay, that's why I've been going with it. Okay, so then later on we will go with NumPy, Matplotlib and Python. Okay, sorry, NumPy, Matplotlib as well as Pandas. Okay, so important libraries. So I'll go with that as well. Okay, don't worry about it. So as of now, since I need to cover the some minimal important things. Okay, so that's why I've been going with that as well. Fine. So as I said, like a device interfacing where you can go with packages like PyVis. Okay, so you can see it can be going with RS-232. Okay, so USB and Ethernet instruments. Okay, so it can easily enable the connections. Okay, so between the devices. Okay, so that's how it is been, and you can look into the GPIB. Okay, so it's been so it is HP's product actually. Okay, so HP's product, and they have been made it. So that's how it has been. So one such library where you need to concern about device interfacing, where when you have been going with Python is PyVisa. Okay, so there are a lot of libraries like this. Okay, a few might have been there actually, but they have been not that much famous. Okay, so PyVisa is one such thing. Okay, got good fame these days. Okay, so you can go with it as well. Yeah, so as I said, like programming bench tools. So a few slides back, I think I have discussed this, right? So for automation. Okay, so and for automation as well as been afterwards automation testing actually. Okay, so you can go with oscilloscopes. Okay, function generators. Okay, for such kind of devices where we have been. Okay, so if you have been using some open source tools, okay, open source softwares, it has been very cost effective for us. Okay, so that's why we'll rely on Python. Okay, so if it has been with Python, then it's been good for us. So if you have been going with LabVIEW, okay, so LabVIEW is not open source actually. So it's been you need to it comes with certain cost. Okay, so that is one such disadvantage for that as well. Okay, so but it's been a good player in this market. Okay, so yeah, so you can see for testing as well. Okay, so it's been very easy for us, and it's been cheap for us to go with Python. Okay, so rather than going with LabVIEW. Okay, so LabVIEW, so even I used to do LabVIEW when I was in college. Okay, so when I was doing my electronics and communication engineering, I used to go with LabVIEW. Okay, so and then MATLAB as well. MATLAB means LabVIEW is an extra curriculum course. Okay, extra course which I have taken actually. MATLAB is something which is being incorporated in our curriculum itself. Okay, so for digital signal processing, image processing. Okay, and for the rest of the concept, signal processing, signal systems. Okay, so and then discrete communication systems. Okay, a lot of subjects. Okay, where you have been going with MATLAB. Okay, what are the signal processing stuff which you have? Okay, we used to go with MATLAB. Okay, so there is no scope of going with Python those days. Okay, so that's how it has been. Yeah. So as I said, okay, once you got the data, okay, so I mean, for this data to be processed and stored, okay, so and to be visualized, okay, all this stuff, okay, to be storing it in form of CSV files or Excel files, okay. So this data, okay, some kind of some kind of signals or echocardiogram signals, okay, some kind of medical signals or some kind of electrical signals, or some kind of stuff, okay, what are the data which you have, some from some embedded devices, okay. So while I've been storing them, retrieving them, okay, so processing them, okay, all this stuff needs the libraries which have been dealt with there in data science as well as machine learning. There we can, okay, you would have seen libraries, right? NumPy, Matplotlib, actually pandas, okay, such kind of libraries we can use it here as well, okay. So processing them and to have them, okay, so for visualizing them, okay, so you can go with that as well, okay. And there are certain alternatives for that as well, okay, so for such kind of libraries, okay, fine. Yeah, so you can see for analytics, as I said, like to analyze the data, okay, how it has been, how to deal with that, okay. So I'll explain how these libraries work actually. So something like NumPy, pandas, okay. So pandas is for data analytics, very important library, okay. So you can't stick this library to one domain, okay. Something like you can't say like, okay, this is only for machine learning, not like that actually, okay. But you have been analyzing the data, okay, when you come with some kind of analytics, okay, maybe you're dealing with IoT analytics, okay. So what this IoT data has been saying, how the signals have been coming, okay, some kind of analytics, okay. So if you have been dealing with such kind of data, okay, so the data which is stored in CSV files or whatever the storage which you have, maybe in database as well, okay. So while you have been dealing with such kind of data, okay, so I mean where you have been analyzing the data, okay, so you'll be going with pandas, okay, NumPy, pandas, okay. NumPy is fine, as I said, okay, numerical computations, okay. So it's just something like the arrays which you deal with, okay. So something like lists, okay. So you'll do a lot of vector multiplications and such kind of related stuff, okay. So and it's also one such important and famous library, okay. So I'll deal with eventually. And visualization, as I said, like I mean you can see Matplotlib, okay. So very interesting library. We'll see some visualization stuff, okay, for that as well, okay. So yeah, so Internet of Things, okay. So the big market hype which you have these days, okay. So yeah, so we can say it as market hype actually, since it is not totally new actually, okay. Since that's why we have been saying it as market hype. It's not totally a new domain. It's not totally new actually. It's embedded systems, okay. So even when I was been graduated, I was very fascinated about the Internet of Things, okay. So and I never choose IT companies, and I never choose programming itself, okay. I used to be there, and I used to do circuit designs, okay. And I used to I want to go with IoT straight away, because so step by step, straight away. I was like that actually, okay. And I worked in IoT companies itself, okay. So and eventually, so I mean when I got up with smart devices, okay. So the interest in smart devices, I tried to pursue machine learning, okay. Then I will go. Then I tried go with the machine learning as well, okay. So that's how it went on, okay. So IoT actually it's not something totally new. If you have been if you have been into the domain, okay, you can see that domain as something like an amalgamation of some other existing domains, okay. It's actually embedded systems. Already embedded systems have been there, okay. So you'll be having hardware controlling by the software, okay. So you'll be having the embedded systems, okay. So if you have been controlling the devices, okay, so with what are the software commands which have been providing, if you have been controlling them, not with some metered networks, okay, maybe wired or Bluetooth, some kind of metered networks, if you have been going with controlling the devices over Wi-Fi, okay, Wi-Fi or long range networks, okay. So we'll be calling it as Internet of Things, okay. We will be controlling those devices. Maybe for suppose, let us say in your office you might have forgotten to switch. I mean, you might have forgotten to switch off the lights and AC, okay, and you have left the office, okay. So if it is the case, you want to switch off those things, okay. If they have been IoT enabled, okay, the sensors, okay, what are the what are the activators you have been connected to them, okay. So those activators you can control remotely from your device, okay. What are the devices you have been using, okay, maybe through laptop or through phone, okay. So then you can enable establish the connection between those devices, and you can control those devices remotely, okay. So even though you have been going 20 to 30 kilometers long, okay, or it may be wherever it may be, okay. So you can enable the connections, and you can control the devices, okay. So it's embedded systems plus internet as well as networking, okay. So since every device has networks, it is estimated that within few years, okay, everybody will be having 5 to 6 IP address with us. Okay, so 5 to 6 IP address means something like you'll be having a lot of devices. Okay, something like a laptop, mobile phone. Okay, and some kind of handband. Okay, and such kind of devices. Okay, and you will be controlling them with mobile. Some IoT enabled devices. Okay, so such kind of things are going to happen soon already. Yeah, just a minute. Actually, fine. Fine. We'll proceed further. Okay, and yeah, you can see. Let me look into the some kind of queries. Okay, what are the queries which I have? Mm, I think you can see my screen, right? So I hope you can see my screen, right? Yeah. So I've been moving over the slides. I think you can see the slides.
Ramesh, is there any challenge on changing the slide?
Yeah, sir. Already I have been changing the slides actually. Can you see this change of slides?
I cannot be able to see the change. Well, I can see only the Internet of Things.
Yeah. That's what, sir. Actually, that's what I mean. Actually, so far I have changed a lot of slides. So whether you can see change of slides or not, okay?
No, I can able to change the slides. Now it is in the Internet of Things with the different gadgets. How the IoT can be connected with all the gadgets.
Yes, sir. Exactly. Thank you, sir. Okay, just I need to check it, to cross check. That's all. Okay, fine, sir. Thanks for that. I will look into the questions, whether there have been certain questions related to this. We'll proceed with the rest of the session as well again. So once you got look into the questions. Okay. So 130. please give an example about complete flow of an IoT app. Yeah, fine. So we'll see that as well. Okay. So for IoT, which language is better? Yeah, fine. See, yeah. So as I said, like I mean, for IoT, we used to go with we already have the existing players. Okay, something like people used to go with embedded C. Such kind of stuff has been already there. But these days, okay, sorry for my repetitive certain words. Okay, so I've been repeating them. And these days, people have been going with Python. Why? Because every big player in the market, okay, so big player in the market, something like even Raspberry Pi and Beagle boards. Okay, a lot of boards have been coming with. A lot of companies have been coming with IoT enabled devices. Okay, so they have been manufacturing such kind of devices. So you can see previously there was no IoT enabled Arduino. Okay, you are unable to use Arduino. Sorry, Python for that. Okay, so now it's not the same thing. Okay, so you can go with Raspberry Pi. Raspberry Pi, you might have seen Raspberry Pi, right? So Raspberry Pi, people call it as world's smallest computer. Okay, so I mean you can consider it as a mini computer, since it has all the capabilities. Okay, so one of the major things where it differs from the existing systems which you use, something like laptops or computers and such kind of stuff, is actually something like you can connect with sensors there. Okay, so you can directly interface with sensors with Raspberry Pi. So rest of the stuff has been fine. You can enable, I mean, you can mount a display, and you can use it for robotics. You can control certain devices, and you can what is it? You can make some kind of devices like object detection, some kind of such kind of stuff. Okay, so such kind of things you can make from the Raspberry Pi itself. So all sort of things you can make. Okay, so it's a very good device. Okay, so yeah, so Raspberry Pi, you can go with Raspberry Pi. There you can see Python has been there, be used in the Raspberry Pi. So better for these days. Okay, because of the recent developments, it became better choose Python for IoT. uh, since people, many players have been incorporating Python for their devices. Okay, their newest releases have been coming with Python. I'll share certain relevant files and relevant relevance documents for that, probably in the next class. Okay, so I'll come up with it, so that you can have the overall, an overview where which companies have been coming with this kind of support. Okay, Python support, so that's you can see all those stuff. Fine, so that's how it has been. It's the best choice as of now. I mean, I can personally I can say that, since there are certain things which you need to know, not just this, actually not just Internet of Things. When you want to go with smart devices. Okay, so smart devices, something like our human manual interruption won't be there, the devices will take the decisions. Okay, so something like for suppose, let us say you have been fixing some kind of what to say sensors or actuators in a room. Since you have been monitoring the data which has been collected by those device. Okay, so through the sensors or activators which you have, once you have been collecting all those data. Okay, when you have been eventually doing implying some kind of analytics over this. Okay, what the data says and how it's been there. Okay, so when eventually after that, when you have the data and over the data, and you have been saying like, okay, this is what happening. Okay, with the help of machine learning, when you have been implying some kind of machine learning or deep learning stuff over the data. So to predict, okay, this is going to happen, this what been happened, this is going to happen, like daily, early in the morning 8 o'clock, you have been switching off the lights. If it is a Sunday or Saturday, your patterns are something like daily early in the morning. I mean, around early in the morning 7 o'clock, you have been switching off the lights. Like that, if they'll come up with certain patterns. Okay, so that they'll come up with some patterns. There is no need of human intervention. So since if it has been there, if you given all the control to the device will say like, okay, this is so and so day, this is Monday, so we can switch off those lights by around 9 o'clock, like that. Okay, so I'm just giving an example. Okay, I'm just giving an example like this. Okay, for this, so we can what are the data which have been collecting over the IoT devices. Okay, so by implying certain analytics over these devices, you can say like, this is what happening and this is going to happen likely. So this kind of things you can say. And one good example I can say, okay, for this, people have been already incorporated this, and I'll come up with for probably for computer vision session we'll discuss elaborately. Since let us take traffic lights, right? So people supposed to be there actually. Traffic's police supposed to be there to monitor when to switch on the traffic lights, when to switch off them. Such kind of things people used to do. Or else some areas it might be automated. Okay, that automation may be on the time based or some kind of minimal database. But when you see when a red light is been on going for around 80 seconds, when in a junction actually, if it has been in the weekdays, it has been fine. Okay, it's been pretty well actually. But when it has been going the same way in Sundays and Saturdays as well, how would it be actually? It won't be what to say. It won't be good one, right? Since the people, even though the traffic is very less, even on Sundays and Saturdays, the people on the roads, okay, they're supposed to wait for around 80 seconds. Even the roads have been very less traffic. Since the why, because we are not looking to the data. Okay, so the sensor, the cameras are not able to looking into that. They are just processing the data. This is what happening. That's all. Okay, they don't know what to do with the data. Okay, once we collect the, once you are able some kind of intelligence to that. Okay, so once you enable some kind of intelligence to that data with the help of that data, then it will come up with solutions like it will say the enabled system. Okay, the incorporated system, when you imply some kind of machine learning stuff to that, then it will come to some certain solution like, okay, so this is so and so the Sunday the data has been very less actually. So when it looks to the feed actually, so when it looks to the feed, the data, the data has been very meager. That's all. Okay, so you don't need to have 80 seconds of stop time. You can go with certain 30 seconds or 40 seconds. It's been fine enough. Okay, like that, the data, they look into the feed and they can take up the decision. So without having the manual interruptions there. Okay, no human interruption is needed. Manually, automatically the machine will take up the decision. So that's how it has been. So already certain smart cameras have been enabled like that. So there are a lot of applications like that. You can see smart doors and smart locks. Actually, there are a lot of stuff like that. So that's how powerful it is. Okay, so if you enable IoT or some other domains, okay, so and if you enable them to take up the decision and if you automate them, so probably you will be omitting out the human intervention. So that's how it has been. Yeah, fine. So yeah, so I think I have given what is it? Some theoretical explanation to the IoT, right? So the same way, okay, you can look into the explanations. So while you have been interacting with devices, so through unique identifier means some kind of network, IP networks. Okay, so people probably now they have been going with IPv6 actually. IPv4 totally been ruled out. People we can't have that much IPv4 things actually. IPv6 maybe IPv6 also be IPv6 will have a lot of we can incorporate a lot of devices. Okay, so it's one of the reason why you go for IPv6 actually. So instead of IPv4, so IPv4 it's all been gone actually. So the new device you can see most of the time you will be getting IPv6. Okay, so yeah. So see, we are just using a language. So in a domain, maybe any domain, maybe something like if you have been doing some kind of research or computation using or computational biology or some kind of research on antennas, microwave engineering or antennas or something on signal systems. Okay, so if you have been dealing with different domains like that, okay, already existing languages which have been dealt with, something like MATLAB or some other languages which are already dealt with, they would have gone based upon the functionalities which they have, based upon the special features, based upon their libraries. People used to deal with it. But here as well, okay, the same way, we will be having a lot of libraries which will enable us to do such kind of stuff. That is one such example I have given here. Okay, sine pi by 4. So you can have the sci-fi, okay, scientific Python. You can have that library. You can do the same relevant stuff, and you can do the you can solve it out. So similarly, there are a lot of libraries like this. Okay, NumPy, and you can have something like Matplotlib for visualization. If you want to visualize the sine wave, cos or cosine wave, or some kind of signals, okay, some kind of discrete signals, some kind of Fourier transform signals, okay, eventual signals which you want to see, you can go with proper visualization with MATLAB, or what are the libraries, what are the visualization libraries which you have in Python. It's up to the choice which you have. Okay, so fine. Yeah. Yeah, great. So I think yeah. So for mechanical engineering, as I said, like the stuff has been what to say, what are the concepts which you cover and which you try to automate with other languages. When it comes to Python as well, you will be dealing with a similar way, but it will be very easy for us to deal with this, and as well as it will be having we'll be having a lot of libraries here to work on it. So you can see NumPy and Pandas. As I said, there are specific uses for NumPy and Pandas for data analytics, Matplotlib for visualization, and IKPY. Okay, it's for kinematics. If you're dealing with kinematics or kinematics related problems, okay, I think you might have gone through kinematics and dynamics, right? And people who have been familiar with mechanical engineering, they would have familiar with this. Okay, so they can go with IKPY, a library especially for kinematics related problems. You can try to incorporate that. You can try to solve the real world problems. You can go with that, and not just these. Okay, you can go with CAD related libraries as well. CAD related, CAD, equivalents to CAD. Okay, so CAD you might have seen, right? Computer aided design. So similar stuff you can do with Python here as well. So maybe that is not equivalent to Python, CAD actually. So you can do the same stuff here as well. And there are a lot of libraries like this. You can see ThermoPy. As I said, like ThermoPy is for thermodynamics. If you have been dealing with thermodynamics related issues, you can if you have been incorporating something over there, you can go with this library, existing library. You don't need to do something from the scratch. That's how it has been. Fine. So yeah, so mechanism, even there are few more libraries. Okay, when you go with that as well, fine. So just has been same as the things which you deal with other languages. Okay, so but here we'll have a lot of support, external support with libraries. So yeah, so these things have been already dealt by Arun sir actually. So because of a lot of advancements, we are able to generate a lot of data within short span of time these days. That's how it has been happening. So you can see the sudden uprising of these technologies. Okay, so because of data, so we'll be having a lot of data. The data will be saying something to you. We need to interpret the data, and we need to get some meaningful insights of the data. It may be IoT data, it may be some kind of signals, or it can be some kind of medical signals. Okay, it can be anything. Okay, so what are the data where you have been trying to incorporate what if you are trying to say something out of the data? Okay, eventually these kind of libraries have been very pretty much needed, and will be and eventually the basics. The backgrounds of those libraries have been different stuff actually. So something like you'll be dealing with mathematics. Theoretically, if you have been trying to understand the background of such kind of stuff, you will be dealing with maths most of the times. Okay, so but it's not always. So you don't need to worry of them. So just right away you can use the libraries, and you can deal with the real world problems easily. So that's how people have been dealing with the existing things. Like you can recently see people have been saying like if you go with this current trend, COVID is going to existing COVID pandemic is going to what to say it is going to reach out every Indian within so and so date, or it is going to reach around 10 lakhs within so and so date. They have been coming with some kind of predictions, some coming with some kind of outcomes. Okay, so since how they have been dealing with this, actually they have been looking at the existing data, and they have been looking at the patterns, and they have been analyzing something. They have been saying something with the data which they have. So they have been able to predict some kind of trends. Okay, so that's how there's been data has been such a crucial thing. So we can build with all those stuff with Python. Okay, so yeah. So yeah, so when it comes to the AI related stuff, so India has been going like this. So you can see all those initiatives taken by the Indian government, and yeah. So as I said, something like apart from just analysis, apart from something like doing something and some kind of signal processing, some kind of stuff related to that. If you want to go with some kind of what to say predictions or some kind of noise detection or some kind of stuff like relates to that pseudo noise detection or some kind of research sort of things. Okay, so instead of dealing with existing hardware or some kind of things, something like for suppose let us take you have been sending a signal from here. You have been sending a signal here actually, so it will be incorporated with some kind of noise, right? So when you have been receiving there over there at the receiver end, okay, so it will be incorporated with some kind of pseudo noise. You need to receive those pseudo noise factors, and you need to apply filters to receive all those noise factors, and you will need to have, and eventually we need to have the noise, noiseless signal. That's how the primary what to say principle of communications, right? So we'll be sending certain signals. Will be in the middle. Maybe because of lot of physical or natural causes, we'll be having a lot of noises, right? So this kind of noise prediction also you can do. Okay, so for this kind of stuff you can incorporate machine learning algorithms. People have been already dealt with this kind of research. People already been doing that. So you can see machine learning implications in you can see in communications as well as in radio technology as well as in microwaves. You can see such kind of stuff as well. Okay, so people have been going with some kind of research sort of things already been dealing with actually. So I had seen certain projects already. So not just confined to these domains, already I had seen some kind of relevant stuff when it comes to medicine as well. So predicting some kind of stuff like a cancer, okay, cancer predictions. Already this has been taken forward by a lot of big giants. So predicting cancer tumors. When by collecting the data, they'll say like, okay, this guy is more likely to have the cancer, so it's better to take some precautions as of now. Like that, they can say like this is the guy who going to have the cancer soon. So based upon the data which is been collected from that guy, okay. So he's going to collect. He's going to have a tumor very soon, like that. So there a very big research is been going on in that domain. So even Microsoft, Google, such kind of giants have been involved in that. Okay, so to detect the cancers as kind of tumors. So beforehand, they have been dealing with that as well. And there is one such project which I have personally seen for fetal heart rate predictions. Okay, so something like we would have seen in India for before 10 to 20 years back. There is much. There are many. I mean, what to say? In fact, fertility. What to say? Child as well as their mother death while you have been delivering the baby. Both children and as well as their mother used to die because of because of lot of stuff like because of having low immunity or having different what to say lifestyles. Okay, so they were unable to save child and as well as the mother. So now it has been minimized. Actually, there is a relevant research in machine learning where they can sectorize the data patterns. Okay, so of the fetus which has been growing inside the mother's womb, and they can say like, okay, this is what happening in the stage 1, this is what happening in the stage 2, this is what happening in the stage 3. Based upon those data patterns, they can say like this is what going to happen. So if it is there been some kind of what to say disturbances or some kind of different what to say through analytics, if they have been able to see some kind of different data, okay, so some kind of different outcomes, they can say like, okay, this fetus is going to die soon, it is going to deliver. So we need to take some precautionary steps. Like that, they can save both mother and the child. So since even before the delivery itself, okay, that's how those kind of research have been already happening. So like that, okay, so it's not confined to few domains. You can have it. So with Python, you can do a lot of amazing things like this. So yeah. Fine. So yeah, so people call it as next industrial revelation. I think you might have seen, right? So I think you might have observed it as well, right? So a lot of automation has been happening, and a lot of things have been happening. Okay, next industrial revolution that people have been calling it as, which incorporates machine learning, which incorporates AI related stuff. Okay, so this kind of stuff has been happening. So obviously it is going to really impact our lives in the next few decades, coming decades, for sure, since we can see that such kind of changes already. So it's been not pretty new to us, it's already been happening. So slowly we have been going to such kind of next industrial revolution. Okay, so yeah. So but for that we need to what to say, we need to change our lifestyles as well, and we need to change, we need to enhance our skills, and we need to what to say, cope up with the existing trends. Okay, so that's how it has been. Yeah, power systems, as I said, like so while I've been maintaining a lot of things like transmitting, receiving powers. So there will be a lot of hiccups, and there will be a lot of issues while you're dealing with this kind of stuff. Okay, so while you've been generating the power and you've been transmitting it and receiving it, so in the it's a huge process actually. So while you've been dealing with this kind of stuff, there will be a lot of what to say, issues which you might have dealt with, right? So with machine learning, there are certain things which you can say. Okay, so you can easily sort out this kind of stuff which have been coming across. Okay, so yeah, so I'll try to minimize my word repetition. I'm trying it. So fine. So I can what are the devices, incorporated devices, which you have something like transmitters, receivers, or motors. Okay, so and it's been as I said, like if you have been going with that, if you have been incorporating some kind of AI in that. Okay, so if it is the case, we'll be having certain things like you can go with existing things which I can say, like there are certain things like fuzzy logics. You can go with fuzzy logics, and you can go with something like deep learning technologies like ANN, artificial neural networks, where see these fuzzy logics, where it can say like instead of having a machine kind of outcomes, something like 0 or 1. Okay, what does machine say actually? Either 0 or 1, that's how it is going to say. Okay, so it's going to predict something like whether it's going to happen or not. That's all, the binary outcomes it is going to have. All right, so when it comes to fuzzy logics, which is it's a kind of AI related stuff. Fuzzy logic, it's an interesting concept only. That's why I've been explaining to you. Introducing this to you. Not much needed if you are not relevant to this domain, or if you are not interested in this actually. Something like see, I will go with a simple example for that fuzzy logic actually. Something like consider you are driving a car. So that car has a self. What to say? Self-driving enability. Okay, so that car has been driving on its own, and it is going to take the decisions on its own, right? So what if the car has been enabled with age-old computation systems? Okay, computation, something like whether there is, if there is an obstacle in front of that car, something like a vehicle has been there somewhere. Okay, so somewhere around 10 meters distance, the vehicle has been there. That car has stopped, halted here itself, since it has taken like, okay, there is a car which there is a vehicle which I have detected in front of me, that's why I have stopped here. That's a straightforward answer. That's all. Okay, so something like it straight away say like it is 0. That's all. We need to halt. That's all. It will halt there itself. So if there is no vehicle, and it will take up the decision like, okay, so I can move forward. It's like that. So if it has been the case, we will feel like it's been very what to say. It is not the human way of dealing with things, right? Real world things, right? So we need to enable the machine to take up the way which we interact with the world, right? So if the car has been around 10 to 15 meters distance, it will enable. The car should. The automation capability of the car should take the decision like, yeah, we can consider this as something like 0.7 or 0.6. So not just straight away 0 or 1. Okay. So slowly we can apply the brakes. Till that point we can. So if it nears if it nears some threshold to the obstacle, to the in front of obstacle, we can straight away stop the car. Like that, if the decision has been taken by the car, that is fuzzy logic actually. Instead of straight away, instead of taking 1 or 0 such kind of decisions, if it has been going with this kind of stuff, if it has been so far, we can apply the brakes here, so that if it has been if my car has been going near to the in front. I mean the car which has been there in front. So it can slowly stop just with some considerable distance, maintain between those two cars. So if it is the case, then it's been so good for us. That is the human way of dealing with things, right? So that's how it has been. It's fine. So that is fuzzy logic where it comes to actually. I'll say a lot of examples as well. I mean, I can already been these kind of technologies been implemented in washing machines as well. You can see fuzzy logics in washing machine and control systems, and a lot of advanced control systems you can see in satellites. Satellites as well. You can see there are a lot of we need to do a lot of things. I need to explain that stuff as well. I'll try to I'll try to what is it clear it for you. Okay, so how the control systems will comes into the play, how people will deal with it, how this fuzzy logics and some kind of AI related stuff we can go with in that area as well. Fine. So such kind of examples, as I said, like I mean, car example, or I can say like if you have been bathing, and if you want to take, if you have been, if your device has been automatic or a self-controlled device, yeah, it's like a devices means, I mean, the device which has been pouring some hot water to you. If it has been straight away giving you straight away 1 or 0, it will be so hot or it will be so cold. Such kind of outcomes it will go with. If it has been not something like that, if the device has been able with fuzzy logics, or if it has been incorporated with such kind of stuff, then it will go like, okay, so light warm, lukewarm, or it's been so cold, or some kind of some hotness in the water, okay, so some kind of lukewarm nature. So such kind of intermittent steps it can take it up. So like the way which we humans need, which we feel comfortable, like that it will take up the decisions. That's how it goes. Okay, so that is one such things which you can see. You can see such kind of stuff in this domain. You can look into that, and you can do a lot of things here as well. Okay, so I think somehow able to explain this. Artificial neural networks, it comes under deep learning. I will explain maybe tomorrow. I'll explain elaborately. Maybe if you have time permits for me, then I'll go in deep as well. So it mimics the way which our brain works. Neural networks. I think you might have come across neural networks. So most of the guys these days they have been, they have been going with machine learning and deep learning. Such kind of technologies on their own. I think most of you guys have been introduced to deep learning. If you are not, it's not something rocket science or such kind of stuff. If you know machine learning somehow, then you can understand deep learning as well. Okay, somehow. Okay, no need to be an expert in that. So it just mimics the human the brain, the way human brains works. How the human brain works, actually the human brain has billions of neurons, right? So we'll have billions and billions of neurons. Each neuron, whatever the action which you have been doing, if you have been looking at something, if you have been doing something, or if something happens to us through the sensors, which means if you say in our own if you take the analogy, those sensors are actuators, isn't it? Right. So through the sensors, maybe some kind of a sensor. I mean, on the skin, what are the sense which you feel, and as well as what do you look into the through eyes, whatever look through eyes, whatever the signals which have been getting. So those signals will be stored somewhere in the neurons, and they will be interconnected directly, right? So one neuron will be interconnected with a lot of neurons. Like that, there will be billions of neurons who have been interconnected and exchanging the data in our brain, right? So eventually they will come up with some optimized value, and they will come up with some decision. So okay, I've been looking at something which is not good, I shouldn't look at it. So I've been facing some kind of sense in my over my skin. It has been my skin has been burning, or some kind of heat material has been there over my skin. I shouldn't prolong like that. Like that, we have been taking decision. I mean, the brain has been taking decision because of the billions of neurons processing, and because of the data which it has already. The same way scientists try to mimic the way which the human brains works. Okay, so that's how the neural networks been came into existence. It's been there for decades actually, but recently people have been doing a lot of research in this domain. Okay, so yeah, fine, sorry. I've been repeating the okay again. So so there are a lot of research domains actually. I can refer something like a deep neural networks. You can deal with all this stuff with Python. Fine. right? So you can go with computer vision. You can go with computer vision. There are certain libraries like OpenCV. You can go with PyTorch, deep learning libraries like PyTorch. Something like PyTorch, which has been supported by Facebook, as well as you can have the libraries like TensorFlow, which has been supported by which has been open sourced by Google. TensorFlow is Google's library, which is open sourced by Google actually. So previously they used to use it for their own office purpose. Fine. So these are the dominant libraries which you have in the field of deep learning. There are a lot of libraries like this. Okay, just beyond not just these two. There are beyond a lot of libraries like this, and you can deal with computer vision or some kind of maybe the relevant technologies. You can deal with deep learning. Fine. So one such fascinating domain, deep learning. So under that, there is artificial neural networks. How we artificially generate the neural networks, how the neural networks work. So there is a story behind that as well. So it's been easy. Fine. We'll have a short intro regarding that. Maybe probably tomorrow we'll see that. Fine. So yeah. Fuzzy logic, as I said, again you can see how it has been going actually. So understand the physical system and control requirements, design control for using fuzzy rules, simulating, debug, and implement the design again and again. So we'll be, according to the fuzzy logic, we'll be going and we'll be, see, these the thread. The one which is having is the thread. Traditional one. The one in the right side has been having. We'll be having the. Incorporated with fuzzy logic. Okay. So that's how it has been. You can incorporate all this stuff. You can do all those research with help of Python. So there are a lot of help through libraries. Fine. So you can go with that. So that's how it has been. So that's there's explanation regarding that. So I can say like fuzzy logic is the way like which the human brain works, and we can use this technology in machines so that they can perform some work like humans. That's what whatever has been explained, that's been there actually. So the way which we take decisions, it is similar to the human decision making with the ability to produce exact and accurate solutions from certain or even approximate information and data. Fine. So yeah. So you can go with that as well. So ANN is one such thing where you need to understand deep learning concepts like neural networks. Beforehand, you need to have some minimal understanding of machine learning, how machine learning works, what is machine learning, such kind of. So these have been related to some kind of what to say, if you have been going beyond some normal analysis. Okay, so if you have been going like that, then you can think about how we can incorporate machine learning in our own domain, electronics and electrical engineering. How you use Python there, how you use how you do Fourier series and Fourier transforms, how you such kind of related stuff. Okay, signal processing related stuff. Okay, so how you do such kind of signal processing things like discrete signal processing, continuous signal processing, such kind of stuff. How can deal with all this stuff with the help of Python. These have been pretty straightforward. You can have the libraries. You can do whatever the things which you use to do with MATLAB. And if you want to go beyond, then you might have gone with you can go with the stuff which I told you. Okay, so either ML or some kind of AI related stuff. Okay, so there are a lot of applications, as I said, like so not just confined to few. You can have control systems relevant applications. Okay, so this one of my favorite actually, where fuzzy logic is being used in CubeSats. This is my final year project. The final year project means it's not been successfully made it actually. So, but the project has been given by ISRO's former small satellite head actually. He has given the project to us, so that we taken it and we tried till some extent. Since ADCS, I think you might have come across ADCS, right? Active Determination Control Subsystem. Fine. So ADCS is where it will check whether the satellite, the nano satellite or the CubeSat which have been sent to the atmospheric surface, so sent to the space, where it has been confined to the particular area or not. Okay, so it will check its attitude, whether it's been probably been there or not, whether there have been certain distortions in its the way which has been revolving because of a lot of gravitational pull, Earth's gravitational pull as well as Moon's gravitational pull, some kind of external distortions. Is there any some kind of fluctuations like that? So if it has been distorted slightly, so it's a bit we need to nullify that effect. Whatever the angle which has been distorted, we need to nullify the effect with help of magnet Talkers. So magnetometers, this kind of electrical circuits you might have come across. All these things which can divide, we can design with Python. Fine. So those days, I mean, when I've been doing, I used to do with MATLAB. Okay, so that's why I don't have much exposure at that time when I've been when I've been in college. Actually, I'm not. I used to do it in MATLAB. So I just showed in MATLAB. I don't feel it is much effective. That's what I feel actually, because after that I just left it off. So that's what happened actually. So Python, probably I feel like, okay, so I regret, like, okay, so if it is been better, it is bit better if you did it within Python. So that's what I felt actually. So you can do the simulation work with Python, the same thing which I did it in MATLAB. You can do the simulation work of IDCS. Okay, so how you can control the device, and how the magnetometer, what are the params, I mean, what are the parameters which have been taken. Those parameters you can code, and you can simulate the actual thing which is happening. Fine. So that's how it has been. Okay. Yeah. So as I said, like, I mean, there are a lot of control system applications, as I said, like kitchen appliances, car control systems, aerospace, as I said, like the way which the humans go with the same kind of interpretation the machine can do. Fine. So yeah. Okay, let me look into the content actually. Certain queries have been raised. Let me look into the content. Yeah, so please kindly specify the impact of Python programming slowness with real-time apps like controlling some industrial robotics. See, if you have been going at industrial level, you are not dealing with straight away Python. It will be something like the libraries whatever you deal with are some kind of packages which you dealt with already would have built with what to say, some efficient stuff. Okay, so they might have been built with C or C++. The wrapping which you see might be in Python or some other language. Okay, so it won't be the Python, exact Python actually which you have. Since Python language is slow, you can't have some good fast processing thing with Python itself. Even you can see NumPy, as I've been explaining, a lot of guys, I mean, you can see NumPy, the usage of NumPy has been coming in every domain, right? So they even there as well, when you want to look into NumPy, it is actually not actual Python. It's been built on using something else. We will be using with as usual something like it has been built on NumPy. Sorry, Python. We will be dealing with that. Okay, so like that. Okay, so like that, even for robotics as well, there are a lot of stuff. Okay, a lot of languages have been coming across. Okay, so so as of now, I can say, like, okay, Python is the only best language for robotics. There have been a lot of stuff has been there as well. So but probably it can catch up. That's what I can say. Okay, so IoT has been fine actually. So you can see a lot of things have been happening with IoT. So robotics, people have been doing with robotics, doing with robotics with IoT itself, incorporating IoT relevant stuff, as well as something like something like, I mean, they are doing robotics with an Raspberry Pi, such kind of device itself. Okay, so that's been happening. So, some small scale. Okay, so not that the industrial level. So industrial level will be having some industry standard things. So there are totally different stuff for that. So probably maybe coming years, I don't know how the community is going to take it up to so industrial level robotics things. Okay, so with Python, so how they're going to take it up, and then okay, major domains, artificial intelligence have been used. Autonomous vehicles, deep learning, and machine learning. Which one is good? Yeah, okay, fine. ANN already been used actually. You can, as I said, like wherever the scope is been there. ANN is something. Okay, so some kind of technology kind of thing. Okay, so it's not something which is confined to something. Wherever you have potential to see, and wherever you've been able to imply it. Okay, when you feel like, okay, my data has been very meager, I mean, sorry, very huge, and I need to do some kind of what to say, so some kind of exact predictions, or some kind of good analysis over that. Okay, so and if you want to go with such kind of stuff, say, I mean, very precise manner. So deep learning, people prefer with the deep learning. There it comes with a lot of what to say, real world things. Okay, so for suppose, let us say, if I want to say something relates to neural networks. So there is one such research domain called deep reinforcement learning. Okay, so deep reinforcement learning is something like the way which we humans evolve. That is the way which the reinforcement learning algorithms evolves. Fine. So yeah, actually how it has been actually is, for suppose let us say you have designed a robot. Okay, so some kind of small robotic dog you have designed, and you have placed the robotic dog over a place. So and you have left it off. So whatever the whatever the code which I have written for that, so according to the code you just read the code and it will move over that table, right? So it doesn't know that, like, I mean, if you go to the edge it will fall down. It doesn't know anything. So it just read the code and it will go according to that. Okay, so that it will take decision. If you have sensors incorporated over that, it will go according to the sensors decisions. Okay, so sensors if you say there is an obstacle, it will move, it will stop, and it will, so like that it will go based upon what are the decision, what are the input which is been getting, it will act accordingly, right? So if it is the case, how we can make it as something like the way which we evolve, like for suppose let us take a small baby. If you keep a small baby near to the fire, he doesn't know it, like the fire, he'll try to touch the fire. Why? Right? Why? Because he doesn't know the fire will hurt him. As well as if you keep the baby near to the water, he doesn't know the water. I mean, he will be drowned in the water, right? So such kind of, he will evolve by taking the decisions. Okay, so I am been going near to the fire. It is hurting me, so I shouldn't do it. Okay, so like that, some kind of rewards will be get. He will get if it is a failure. Okay, so if it is a success, they will get the reward. Then he will go in the other direction. Okay, fine. I need to go. I don't want to go near to the fire hereafter. Like that, he will evolve. The same way, the network also is evolves. Okay, so like if I've been doing something not well, okay, if it is not resulting in a good way, okay, if it has been resulting in failure, then I'll say like, okay, so it's not the proper way of been dealing with things. So it will result in what is it? There is a negative reward, okay, for me. I mean, I need to go it in some other direction. Like that, the machine evolves, keep on evolves. Eventually, if you keep that well-trained deep neural network machine, well-trained deep network machine over the table, it straight away do something like it straight away it will take up the decision like, okay, it is a cliff, it is the edge of the table, I will fall down if I go over there. Like that, it will take up the decision. Fine. Okay, fine. So that's how it's been. So deep reinforcement learning, it's one such fascinating area where you can look into it as well. Okay, so neural networks, it's not confined to one thing. The people have been using it for a lot of domains. Fine. So you can't see it as something relates to some kind of computer science or related stuff. Fine. So that's how it has been. And when it comes to autonomous vehicles, deep learning and machine learning, which one is good? Autonomous vehicles, deep learning, or machine learning? So most of the things have been those things have been relevant actually. They have been saved more or less actually. So I've been speaking about machine learning. So and autonomous vehicles, right? And as well as deep learning. Deep learning is a subset of machine learning actually. If you have some minimal idea of machine learning, okay, what are supervised learning algorithms, what are unsupervised learning, okay, so what is unsupervised learning and what is supervised learning, what is reinforcement learning, like that, if you have minimal understanding about machine learning, how machines interrupt the way which we take decisions, how machines take the decisions, okay, what are the stuff which actually involves in machine learning, such kind of just an overview if you have at least, then you can somehow we can understand deep learning. Okay, it's a subset, a kind of subset to machine learning. Fine. So autonomous vehicles, yeah. So it is not something which is totally diverting from these domains. Autonomous vehicles is something like for suppose I will give a small example to you. Have it in mind. Can you drive any vehicle without eyes? Is it possible for us? Even our mechanical body is functioning very well. Is it possible for us to drive any vehicle? No, right? Obviously, it's not possible, right? So since eyes are the important things, where something like we need to take the inputs from the road, right? So we need to see the ongoing and upcoming vehicles. So when you take the data, we take the input data, and then when you process the data, yeah, there is a lorry ahead, so I need to cross, I mean, I need to move aside, like that. If you have been able to take the data, and if you have been able to process, interpret the data with help of our brain, fine, so then our mechanical functioning will happen like, okay, I need to apply the brakes, or I need to pull the vehicle towards left or right, like that we will take the decisions, right? The same way there as well, there are a lot of amalgamated lot of technologies where have been like computer vision, fine, and mechanical engineering has been there as well, okay, and deep vision, okay, sorry, machine vision, it's been the same as well, okay, machine vision, and you've been dealing with deep learning, fine. So and you've been dealing with IoT, okay. So like that, it's been amalgamation of all the stuff, okay. So it will be taking the decisions through sensors, maybe through cameras or through some kind of proximity sensors, or some kind of sensors. What are the sensors you have been using for that purpose? Fine. So those devices have been those sensors, those actuators have been taking the decision, giving taking the data. Then you can I mean the machine, the autonomous vehicle, what are the machine which you have, that machine will process the data and it will come up with the solution straight away, like, okay, there is a red light ahead, so I can see the red light. The camera itself captures, when camera captures the red light, it can say like there is a red light, I should move forward. It doesn't, it not only process that red light, it says that, not just processing, I there is a red light, I shouldn't move forward. Okay, that's what computer vision enables, the power of computer vision, where when it incorporates in autonomous vehicles. So that's how it has been. So you can see already the projects have been, people have been doing projects like, I mean, lane control. Okay, so I mean, number plate detection, such kind of small projects have been, people have been doing in internet. You can see a lot of abandoned projects like that. Okay, lane detection, something like if you have been crossing over the way, one lane to other lane, okay, while you have been moving in a highway, so we can easily say, okay, so if you have been moving over the lane, it can say like, okay, you have been crossing over the lane, so the lane detections have been there. You can mark the lanes over the highways, what are the lanes which have been there, it can detect the lanes, fine. So like that, and if you enable the smart test to that, which means, I mean, through deep learning or relevant stuff, okay, so it will take a decision like, this is lane, I shouldn't cross over this lane, this is red light, okay, so I shouldn't move ahead, I should stop the vehicle here. That's all. Like that, this is how the autonomous vehicles acts actually, incorporating a lot of sensors and lot of what to say, it's a huge machine. Okay, so having what to say, having lot of inputs, and considering all those inputs, taking the decision on its own. Okay, so you can say like, if you have been going with autonomous vehicles, probably you're supposed to deal with relevant stuff like, I mean, deep learning or computer vision, this kind of stuff. Okay, so for suppose, let's take self-driving cars. You can go through self-driving cars syllabus from what is it, from from university, some kind of websites. Okay, you can see there, they have been dealing with not just these things, they have been dealing with mechanical things as well. Okay, so kinematics, how we deal with, how we design that, and what to say, there is something called one thing has been there actually. Yeah, I have forgotten about it. Fine, let it be. Okay, let me to kind of, I mean, some mechanical related stuff. Fine, let it be. So like that, the domains which are mentioned is mingled with all of them. Okay, so if you have been going with deep learning, you're supposed to have some minimal machine learning understanding. And if you have been straight away going with autonomous vehicles, so I prefer, I mean, if you have been so enthusiastic, and if you have been willing to learn all the mathematics and the stuff, okay, the all the stuff which has been which have been coming across. Okay, see, these domains don't come straight away, they have been deal with all maths. Okay, so there have been a lot of maths in the background. The maths is something which is going to predict something. Okay, so there is no magic happening in the background, it's all maths incorporated. So it's going to the algorithms which have been framed over the maths, it's going to give you some productive outcomes. Fine. So if you have been good at maths, not need to be good at maths, if you have been able to interpret, I mean, you're able to understand somehow how the maths has been happening, how this equation has been there, why it's been there. Okay, not just the way which we used to go with in our engineering or in our existing education system. Okay, so not just the way, if you have been able to understand actual maths. Okay, something like at least able to say like, oh, this is what the equations is. Okay, if I change this so and so parameter, if I'm able to, yeah, I can do something like this, like that. If you're able to straight away understand such kind of stuff, also you can easily, you can go into enter into it slowly, you can improvise yourselves. So that's how it's been. Math is one such important thing where you need to think seriously if you want to take it as your own domain. Okay, so that's how it has been. Fine, I hope yeah. So See, IoT app, one of you guys have been asked for IoT app, right? IoT app, you can go with normal, like you can go with you can design what are the web stuff which you have, you can design the app, okay? So you can probably design the app, but the thing is like you need to concern about all those things like the protocols, how to establish the connection between the device, what are the devices which have been communicating with, okay? So we need to check, okay? So you need to consider all those stuff like how to establish the connection with Raspberry Pi. So checking with that, okay, such kind of network related stuff you need to consider, and while you have been designing all this stuff, so try to go with that. And it doesn't a big deal actually. IoT app is not it's not a different stuff, but if you have been incorporating analytics over that, okay, so there are already existing analytics players actually. Something like there is a MATLab's analytics website. So it's been owned by MATLAB. So long back I used to do this actually. IoT. Yeah, ThinkSpeak. Okay. So if you're going to analytics related stuff, okay. So cloud, such kind of things, okay. So been processing the data and been I've been storing the data and been such kind of relevant stuff. Fine. So what your data signals have been saying. So what are the signals which have been dealing with? So you can deal with existing things like ThinkSpeak as this kind of websites. If you want to build something related, like that on your own, you can build that as well. Fine. So that's not a big deal. So it comes with some IT skills you can incorporate. Okay, so in IoT, where you can build an app actually. So that's been fine actually. So it's not something like it's not totally new actually. You already know, right? So something like you have been connecting establishment, and we have been establishing relation. Some kind of connection between devices. Okay, it may be between two computers. It may be computed between a computer and another device. Okay, like that you have been trying to establish connections, and you have been sending the data from one to another. Okay, so there that device may be the slave, and this device may be the master. Such kind of things you can easily understand when you go inside. Okay, so some kind of network knowledge, okay, networking knowledge has been there, supposed to be there as well. So fine, I can easily understand the relevant stuff. Okay, so no need to concern about it. Okay, so you can easily build that. Fine. If you have time, I'll go step by step. Okay, so next time. Fine. So that's what ADCS. For satellites, as I said, like small satellite attitude control. It is called as ADCS, attitude determination control subsystem. An interesting concept actually. Interesting thing I used to remember even now. Fine. So yeah. So transmission lines. You can see the fudgification, how it's been happening with help of fuzzy logics. Okay, implying fuzzy logics and neural networks. Okay, so how it's been happening, sending a signal. So without any fault mechanism has been incorporated in it, we can imply this kind of intelligent systems like fudgification and neural networks, so that it will go with some kind of accurate way of the way which we take up the decision, which we deal with the system. If it has been happening, we can say that is going to happen. That is what happening. Like since we are humans, the same way we can go with such kind of predictions, such kind of outcomes with this. Okay, yeah. So the same relevant stuff for that. Yeah. So Internet of Things with machine learning. That's what I've been explaining so far. Okay, so generate the data. So with the devices, what are the devices you've been collecting? So they will be keep on generating the data. You've been collecting them, so we'll be storing them in so and so a lot of devices, and you can analyze them. Since we need to say what the data has been saying, so we can analyze them easily. So these things, all these things, you can deal with the data with Python. Okay, so for every step, we have Python libraries. Okay, so we can have Python libraries for collecting the data, how we collect the data. So something like if it has been there in already existing website, some kind of stuff relates to that, you can deal with web scraping, or else you can I can store in some kind of databases whatever the data which have been generating, or else we can go with storing in CSV files or Excel sheets if it has been very less. Okay, so if it has been very less, you can straight away deal with the Excel sheets. Okay, so you can get the data like that. Fine. So yeah, PLC SCADA, it's all related to the device level. Okay, so programming logic controller. So at the device level, you can go with that. Okay, so that is yeah. So analyzing, okay, so with the help of, I mean, what has been happening, how it has been happening, so some kind of storytelling. So these are going to happen like that. Okay, so you can import machine learning relevant stuff. Fine. So yeah, so and then based upon that, you will be acting according to it. Okay, so and then eventually you can visualize, or you can stay, I mean, storytelling, you can say like this. Okay, so you can say like, this what happened, this what going to happen, like that. Okay, so one good example I can say for this actually is you can see some kind of yeah, so there is yeah, fine, forgot about this. I mean, I come back to this. Actually, there is something called optimize, right? Again, if it has been not proper, actually the outcomes have been not so well, actually you will again do the same thing again. So having more and more data, and you will be dealing with the data, and you will be analyzing. That's the actual machine learning cycle actually. So it's been added with in IoT data. Okay, so IoT analytics, you can say. So that's how it has been. Yeah, so I mean, where I was actually, I was about to explain the sorry, example, right? So there were certain companies, okay, so in the Western countries, which have been already industrial companies, I mean, big industries, which have already incorporated this kind of stuff. Okay, so IoT enabled machine learning things. Okay, so their devices, since see, if they have been working on certain things, so for suppose, let us take, they have been manufacturing a turbine. Okay, so turbine costing of so and so crores, they are supposed to deliver the turbine. Okay, and the worst case, they are supposed to deliver that turbine on so and so date. Okay, that is the thing which yes, they are supposed to do. If it is the case, suddenly there is a small damage. Okay, small damage in a device, that damage leads to total halt for the production. Okay, so if it is the happen, if it happened like that, so for sure the engineer is supposed to wait for around maybe 2 to 3 days to rectify that. If it is the damage has been so, if it has been impacting rest of the devices as well, so he probably supposed to wait for 2 to 3 days. Okay, the production delay will be there actually. So eventually, I mean, they may lose the customer as well. Fine, they will lose the customer of worth of crores, isn't it, right? So if it is, if such kind of things have been happening, okay, so it's been not been there with us actually as of now, but already been there in a certain industrial, I mean, industrial nations actually. So already been there, certain companies have been already implemented it, certain petroleum industries, okay, they have been already implemented it. So I just came across this kind of stuff over I mean, with help of very famous data scientist. Okay, so when he's been and I've been interacting, he used to explain such kind of stuff actually. So he said like, I mean, a few of his friends who have been working in a petroleum company, they faced such kind of problems actually. So something like, if the device is going to have, I mean, is going to damage like that, we are not so sure which device is going to damage very soon, like that, right? So if you incorporate such kind of some kind of actuators, so something like sensors or thermistors, okay, temperature sensors, some kind of sensors which are relevant to the device functioning. Okay, so something like, if the device not supposed to cross over certain temperatures, if you fix a temperature sensor there, then it will keep on throwing some kind of data to us. Fine, right? So if the data has been, I mean, such kind of data has been monitored by the data scientists or machine learning engineers who have been, I mean, who have been controlling that. Okay, so if they've been, I mean, looking at that data, if they've been able to, if they've been, I mean, if the data patterns have been somehow, what to say, somehow going, been deviating with existing things, deviating from the normal, I mean, normality. If you have been deviating somehow, then they can say like, okay, this device has been sending this kind of device, this kind of data to us. Most likely, most probably, based upon the data which you have, based upon the analytics which you employ over the data, it is going to damage within so and so dates. Okay, so maybe it is going to damage within a few days or a certain date period. So it is better to change the device as of now, since it is not likely to withstand for a few more days. Like that, they can take up the decision, and they will they will be removing the device, and they will be changing the device with the new device, so that they can save crores and crores of money to the management. Fine, right? So that's how it has been already been incorporating, and the people have been dealing with this as well. Okay, so that's how it's been. Okay, so yeah, so it saves crores and crores of money to the company itself straight away. So that's why the people who have been working in this domain will be what to say, their packages and their lifestyle will be totally different. Okay, since they save huge amounts of money. Fine, right? So that's how it's been. Okay, so such examples you can take it up. Fine, right? Yeah. Um, so as I explained, like I mean, not just machine learning. Okay, so see, you can build with not just these boards. These have been straight away towards machine learning. I don't want you to go with this actually. Okay, so it's been dealing with the devices where you can use for machine learning. Okay, so cloud TPUs. Okay, so NVIDIA Jensen. Okay, all these GPUs have been there actually. So NVIDIA, one prominent player. For production of these GPUs. Actually, they were previously they were. You might have heard about NVIDIA, right? Previously, they were only for game developments. Okay, so for GPUs manufacturing for games, actually, now they have been pushing it to machine learning. Since if you have been dealing with a lot of processing capabilities, you can have that GPUs instead of processing your data, maybe image data, some kind of signals data, some kind of whatever the data. Okay, if you instead of processing it in your own laptop, you can have these processors. Okay, so GPUs, you can have them, you can purchase them separately, you can process them separately. Okay, so they will be processing all the stuff, and you will be getting eventual results. Otherwise you can go with cloud. Okay, so you can see the Google as well as Amazon, and then Microsoft as well. They have been providing some GPU hours. Fine, right? There are certain websites like Floyd Hub. Even initially I used to use Floyd Hub actually. They used to provide some free GPU hours. So like that, you can use certain GPU hours. Okay, free GPU hours, or else if your if your project time is going to take much time, and then if you want more GPU hours, you can pay to them. So they will charge based upon hours. Fine, right? So each company have their own way of billing. Amazon will do the billing beforehand itself. Okay, so they won't before. I mean, they will eventually collect the bill like that. They will be actually. So like that, it was there actually. Now it has been. I don't know how the flexibility has been there. So like that, you can have the GPUs. So let them run your code and the rest of all the stuff. Okay, so they will be posting all the stuff. So you don't need to purchase GPU hours for that. So you'll be relying on the external clouds which you purchase for on hourly basis. Okay, so that's how it goes on actually. Fine, right? So yeah, so I hope you got this right. So you can go with purchasing GPUs for this kind of related stuff. Okay, or deep learning or machine learning relevant stuff if you want to go with. Fine, right? But if you want to straight away, I don't want to go with this kind of too far advanced things for me, like machine learning and deep learning. I just want to deal with some kind of IoT stuff with Python. Means you can go with normal devices, and you can normal processing is been pretty fine, since you are not going to deal with a lot of data. We have just been communicating with the what are the devices which you have. Okay, so and been interacting, and interacting. We have been interacting means the machine will be interacting. So the relevant decisions will be taken out. Fine, right? So instead of let the device to take up the decision, so it involves the machine learning part. Okay, so fine. So I hope you got this right. So it's up to you how far you need to take it up. Yeah, let me look into this. Yeah, so artificial neural networks and convolutional networks. So I'll cover those things. Okay, tomorrow maybe. So well, I've been going with deep learning, image processing, or computer vision relevant applications. Okay, relevant stuff, and there are certain few more topics as well. So not just confined to this computer vision or deep learning related stuff. Okay, so we'll see some other stuff as well, and as I promised, a few more things I'll bring it up. Okay, so the chapters. Okay, IIT Bombay is FOSSC. Okay, FOSSE. Okay, such kind of chapters, how they have been supporting Python. Okay, so such kind of things I will share to you. Okay, so and then so relevant to this electronics and electrical engineering domains. Okay, so what are the devices which have been predominantly used for Python? Such kind of detailed things I will provide you tomorrow. Fine, right? So I hope you got somehow. Fine. Yeah, is there any further queries? Okay, so we'll see that CNN and ANN will see. tomorrow we'll see. Since it takes much time for us, okay. So if we can keep on going with that with deep learning, so CNN, ANN, and R, there is something called RNN, okay. So artificial neural networks, convolutional neural networks, as well as recursive neural networks. So they have been like that actually, okay. So first of all, we need to understand what are neural networks actually, how the neural network structure will be there, fine, right? So how it will take up the decision, how the neural networks acts actually, what are weights, how the weights, how we can, what is meant by feed forward networks, and what do you mean by backward propagation? What these things have been there actually. We need to have a little understanding about that. So if you want to go with deep learning, fine. No need to. I don't want to. What to say? I don't want to force others to go with that. So just I'm for the sake of others. Okay, for the sake of few who have been asked the question. For them I've been saying, okay. So we'll see that again, right? So for our computer vision session, we'll see that, and I will show you my things, okay. My things, okay. So the things like image processing and computer vision things which I used to do, I'll show the code, and I'll show the working code for that tomorrow. And as of now, I'll show the things which I used to do previously. So it's been very simple and pretty simple, easy work. There's a kind of phase recognition thing which I did, very minimal data, okay. So I didn't use much data for this, okay. So very minimal data with Python I tried it, okay. So it's been long back actually, almost 2 years back. I tried it, okay. It's almost it's a very long one actually. So I mean a very old one. So you can see I have been there actually, Ramesh 8.82.5 and some kind of accuracy, okay. So my models are, so you need to understand this kind of stuff, so model accuracy, and then increasing accuracy, how we can increase accuracy, this kind of all stuff will comes to machine learning, okay. So if you guys know somehow machine learning, can understand this, how we can improve the accuracy of the model, okay. So what are the steps for that? And so such kind of stuff, okay, you can easily understand this as well. So that's how it has been. Here my model's accuracy is very low, that's why 3 of us has been recognized as Ramesh, fine, right? So that is means something like if you have face lock in your phone, and that face lock has been opening for rest of your friends as well. At least out of 50 of your friends, it has been opening for 3 to 4 of your friends. Then it is not a good face lock actually. That is not a good algorithm which has been running in your mobile, okay. So that is not a good one actually. But actually most of the time the face locks which you have in your mobiles are so accurate and they have good accuracy. That's why the companies won't open source that, right? They won't open source that. If they are open source, people will have try to they make their own things and they will go with that, right? So it's a big business thing actually. They won't open source such kind of high accurate algorithms, okay. So I mean they will do that. As you can see, you just give 1 or 2 images, right? So in your mobile phone, it will be able to predict you, even though you have some little beard or even though you have some kind of differences in your face, it will be able to recognize you, right? So that is the model which they have trained with good accuracy, fine, right? That's how it has been. So our model, the model which I have trained, is having very less accuracy, since I need to do a lot of things even further, okay. So that is one such example, okay. So you can see this as well, same, okay. With very few people's images I have taken out and I have tried this model actually. So it's been so they disastrously failed actually. So just out of fun I tried it almost 2 years back, okay. So 2 years back almost. So just for fun I tried, just implemented, okay. So you can easily you can build some good accurate models, okay, not just like this. So just for some kind of interaction I just been showing it to you, right? So the same goes with here as well. So with my friends, so I implied it over them. So so I had taken only 2 samples of data, me, Ramesh, and Sheikh Farid, okay. So rest of the guys data is not at all with me, okay. So just I implemented it with over them. So that's why most of the people have been recognized as unknown, and the guys who have been recognized as Sheikh Farid is also inaccurate, which means that my model's accuracy is very low, fine, right? So that's how, which means if your model's accuracy is very low, it can't go with some good good predictions, okay. So it will recognize something else, fine, right? Okay. So it is a very disastrous thing, okay. So fine. Is there any doubts? Yeah. So tomorrow's schedule, it's the same timing actually. So you might have seen, right? Morning 10:30 to 1 session, okay. So same schedule. So just like today's sessions, how it went actually, the same way we will have the tomorrow sessions as well. So the afternoon session also will go like that actually, around 1 or 1:30 or around 2, it will start and it will go till 4 like that. Okay. So whatever the schedule which have been given to you, like that only it will follow. I mean, as per today's timings, it will go on. Okay. So 10:30 by sharp 10:30 it will start up. Fine. I hope. Yeah. Is there anything else to ask? Deep learning. Yeah, we'll see that actually. So I've been taking much time for deep learning. So I'll come up with a lot of PPTs for that. Okay, since most of the questions have been over deep learning, so I'll come up with relevant things, relevant PPTs. Okay, so and then relevant applications of deep learning and how we can do that with Python. Okay, what are the things which you have in Python? Actually, people will go straight away with Python and deep learning. Okay, so there are certain alternatives like MATLAB, as I said. Okay, so MATLAB has been providing a lot of good toolkits. Okay, they have been having good what to say coming with about a good deep learning resources these days. But people have been not willing to go with it since it's not open source much, right? So if it has been free, then we can go with straight away. Okay, so that's how it has been. Okay, so yeah, we'll see that tomorrow. We'll have it out. Yes, is there anything? Yeah, so yeah, just okay. So yeah, one more thing I need to show it to you. I mean, let me show the code actually. NumPy, pandas, and matplotlib. Okay, so so just when you go home, actually try to what is it for tomorrow session at least. Okay, so we'll be having, so not just relevant to image processing or deep learning or computer vision. I'll be going with the rest of the stuff as well. Okay, so we'll be dealing with something relates to BioPython or some kind of stuff. So minimal basics we'll be at least touching. Okay, so some other domains which you didn't touch with Python, we'll try to go with that as well, and something which you missed out today. Okay, so something which you didn't miss out, I mean discuss today, such kind of stuff we'll deal with tomorrow. Okay, so for that I need, I need you, I mean I want you, some of you, I mean at least who have been interested in this Python and who want to go not just confined to few domains. If you want to go with a lot of domains, at least we should have good example, good understanding about a few libraries, right? So NumPy, Pandas, Matplotlib, or some other libraries like maybe if you have been from biomedical engineering. Okay, so if you want to go with BioPython, whatever it may be, it's your choice. Okay, so or if you want to go with GUI programming, right? So graphical user interfaces. So if you have been developing GUI interfaces, okay, so and for that such kind of stuff like a Tkinter. So or if you also want to go with Pygame, Pygame has been very well elaborately explained by Arun sir actually. So such kind of stuff. Okay, so I just want you to have some minimal understanding about those libraries. So I'll bring it up. Yeah, so I'll just show the code. Okay, so just give me a minute. So I'll wrap it up soon. Don't worry. So if you have any doubts, please post it there. Okay, so I'll look into it. So most on it is more most of the time it has been there on deep learning. So So I can see a lot of enthusiasts on deep learning. Okay, so we'll incorporate much on that tomorrow. Okay. Just a minute. Now I will show the code so that we will get an idea. So how it will. So what are things we can do? So like that. Then eventually you can try on your own. So I'll by tomorrow I'll show all the required material for you. I mean something like what are the topics which I covered. Okay. So see, confined to Python, as I said, like it's been endless actually. Like that, it's been going. So you can develop drones. I'm not joking actually. You can build quadcopters with help of what are the boards which you have been familiar with. Okay, so you can go with ARM boards. It may be maybe ARM Cortex boards or some kind of boards, or it may be I think you might have come across ARM, right? So ARM Cortex boards are under ARM Cortex you will be having a lot of boards. Okay, you can go with that as well. Otherwise, you can go with Raspberry Pi. Raspberry Pi is better actually. So instead of going with the such kind of ARM boards, okay, so Raspberry Pi you can build quadcopters. So with Python, I am saying, okay, so you can program it with Python, and you can enable neural networks for the such kind of what is it boards. Okay, so but when it comes to Raspberry Pi, okay, if you have been building Raspberry Pi, what is a model over Raspberry Pi, a neural network over model over Raspberry Pi, it always it's not a reliable one actually, since it's been you can't get exact results. Okay, it will always what to say, it's not such a relevant one. Okay, there are some kind of different boards which have been there for that as well. So you can have the such kind of board for that. So till machine learning level you can try, or else you can go with I mean till machine learning you can go with what to say Raspberry Pi, such kind of stuff. Fine, right? So yeah, so you can build drones, and you can incorporate neural networks where it can take decisions like I mean a drone will act according to that. Okay, so there are already things, some interesting already been there actually in that. Okay, so you can if you are an enthusiastic in that area, you can go with that as well. Fine, right? So yeah. Yes, got it. Okay, so I'll be presenting now. I'll just show the code so you can so if it is with Python, if your primary interest is Python, there are a lot of editors, okay, which you have. So you can have interpreters. I mean, you can a lot of stuff like, I mean, you can go with normal default Python idle, PyCharm, Jupyter Notebook, which comes with Anaconda Navigator. Anaconda Navigator is a big machine actually. It comes with a lot of libraries. Okay, so a lot of editors it comes with. So if you have Jupyter Notebook, your computer processing, it may slow down if you have less processing capability system which you have. Okay, if you have, okay, better aware of that. So I will be opening Jupyter Notebook now. Yeah, you can see my screen, right? So yeah. Okay. Okay, fine. So I'm able to open my Jupyter notebook now. So let me share that. Yes. So where is it? Yeah. As you can see, right? So this is Jupyter notebook. Okay. So you can the files which you are going to save here is actually will be saved in IPYNB extension. Okay. So IPython notebooks, not just py, not just .py. It is IPython notebooks. So yeah. So I'll show something related to this. So pandas, if I have time, okay, I'll show it to you. Otherwise, we'll see it tomorrow. Okay. So pandas potato analytics. It's one. It is built on top of NumPy. Pandas is built on top of NumPy. So for all this to have to work, so you need to. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you can see, right? So so with images, it's better, so that you will be very easily understanding it. Okay. So you can see this, right? So I've been importing NumPy, so as an NP. Okay, so it's been taking time, so it's been processing. So that's what it means. So matplotlib.pyplot for visualization. Okay, so I've been I'm supposed to visualize, right? So I've been importing matplotlib visualization, I mean our library. So what I'm going to do is actually I'm just going to convert this image, what are the image which I've been processing here. I'm just going to convert this image, and I've been reverting back to the original image. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do with matplotlib. So it is something like if you have coordinates, so let us say I have certain coordinates with me, right? So if I plot a coordinate, okay, I will get certain diagram, right? So like the same way, okay, so I'll be converting the existing image data into numerical form. Okay, so once I get the numerical data, okay, the data in the form of numbers, so I'll be plotting it again, okay, with help of matplotlib. I'll be plotting it, and once I plot that numerical data with the help of matplotlib variably, I'll be able to retrieve that image. Okay, so that's how it's. Okay, so it's been just a simple example I want to show. That's what. Okay, so so this is all with Python. Okay, there are a lot of stuff like this. Okay, so which I used to teach and which I used to work on. So there are a lot of relevant stuff like this. So see this. I just have taken Avengers image. Okay, so I've been see this is the final one. So with this I will wrap it up. So I've been running NumPy. See, I can run all the cells. So we'll discuss about Jupyter notebook soon. Forget about it. So you can easily learn about Jupyter notebook. So I've been importing matplotlib library. Okay, so as plot plt, and I've been importing PAL. Okay, Python image library. Okay, Python imaging library. Okay, so just to have that images. Okay, so this Python library. So yeah, so I've been importing that, and then I'll be with that PAL library. Okay, I'll be opening that image. Okay, you can do this in two ways. Okay, see, not just in two ways, in any lot of number of ways have been there. With the help of libraries, you can do it anyways. There is one such famous library called OpenCV, Open Source Computer Vision. Okay, so have it in mind. There is something like OpenCV. I am not using OpenCV here. So I'm using PAL. Okay. So if I've been using OpenCV, I would have tried to use the functionalities inside the OpenCV, the methods inside OpenCV. Okay. So so that's how it has been. So I've been not using OpenCV. Without OpenCV, I've been doing all this stuff. Okay. So OpenCV is one such important library. We will see that probably in image processing. We'll see that tomorrow. So yeah, see, there is the Avengers image which I have, and I have processed it. So this is the image which I got. Okay, so that's the image which I got. So then I have been converting it into array form, that image into array form. Okay, so I will be getting all the RGB value, all the data. Okay, so what are the numerical representation of, see, computers can't understand the images, right? Computers can't understand he's Iron Man, he's Tony Stark. He's no, he doesn't understand anything. Okay, so it only knows ones and zeros, so it only knows numbers. Okay, it only knows numbers. So I've been converting that image into numerical, in array form. Okay, I've been getting this array, right? So this is the array which I got, right? So I'm able to convert that numerical data into that image form of data, pixels data, into numerical form. Okay, so in the number format. Okay, so in the array format, I'm able to represent it. Okay, so when I look at the shape of it, okay, so it's been into 350 by 490 by 3. Okay, so that's how it is. That is the shape of it, right? So yeah, so I just want to replot it again. I just want to make it so with the data, with that array data, pick arrays has that pictures array data. Okay, so I've been plotting it again. So when I plot it again, so I'll be getting that image the way which you plot with the data which you have. Okay, if you have data something like if you have some collection of data, if you plot it in a graph or something, you'll be getting certain pattern, right? The same way I've been getting the same image, since because I have taken the arrays numerical data. Okay, arrays data itself. Okay, sorry, pix data itself in the array form. Okay, so fine, that's how it has been. I've been replotting it again with the help of matplotlib. plt shows that a matplotlib.pyplot which is matplotlib.pyplot as plt, which is I've been representing matplotlib as plt. Okay, so I don't want to represent again and again matplotlib like that, right? The same way here as well, numpy. So I've been representing numpy as np. I don't want to represent numpy again and again, right? So I just been using some kind of shortcuts. It may be anything. Okay, I can make it as np, kp, or pp or something, anything. Okay, so it's all up to us. Okay, so I'm being able to plot it again. So we can see here, it's been very interesting. Further, you can see that. Okay, so since I've been able to sort out few issues when a few pixels alone from so and so area to so and so area, I can make it as green, or I can what to say, I can connect. I can mark only Tony Stark alone, only Iron Man alone. I can mark, else I can make the whole screen into red or green or something else like that. Okay, so that's what I've been doing here actually. So see here plt, I am sure red actually. So if it is too red like that, or else you can go with OpenCV things. You can build with RGB values, right? 0 0 0 0 0, 0 2 55 0. Okay, so if it is 255 0 0, it will be red. Okay, if it is something like 0 2 55 0, it will be green. Like that, you'll be having multiple combinations. You can have that, right? So all this stuff we can easily do. You can play with this, right? So image processing you can easily do. So once you got the image processing basics, or how the image works, how the computer process the image. Okay, all this stuff we are able to understand. Then you can slowly get into computer vision related stuff as well. Find it. It's all with Python, as I said. Like see, you can see loading images, and they've been creating a video. Okay, so on which format you're supposed to create a video. So there's a lot of stuff like this. Fine, right? I hope it's been somehow yeah. Okay, so yeah, I just finished it. Yeah, okay, so yeah, so that's how I hope you are able to understand something. Maybe so. If you have any what to say, any concerns or any kind of queries, you can ask me. So we'll look into it. And if it has been taking much time, if it has been elaborate, we'll discuss it later. I mean, tomorrow in the next session, we'll impart much time for that. Okay, if it has been a concept wise things like, I mean, going something into deep into deep learning related stuff. Okay, so how it works, how it works, what are the actual difference between them. So why you are going for that? So these things we can easily. So if you got a clear picture about how neural networks works, so then you can easily understand that. So rather than explaining orally, so it's better to have some PPT. So I didn't incorporate deep learning related stuff in this PPT, so that's why. So I just orally explain. I don't know how many I got some kind of understanding in that. Fine. So yeah. So we'll see that. Yeah, probably in the next session we will cover a lot of stuff like, I mean, something related to Bipython and tkinter, some kind of different libraries. You will see OpenCV, open source computer vision. Okay, so and then we'll see something like so I will show the code to you. Okay, so tomorrow I will be going with hand. I mean, probably I mean I just try to go with showing some code to you today itself. But how to say, it's more on electronics and communication, right? So I mean, easy related stuff. Okay, maybe it may deviate others paths, so that's why I didn't include much of stuff. Okay, so I'll show you signals and systems. Okay, so how people deal signal systems, such kind of related domains. Okay, how you do microwave engineering or antenna. I mean, related stuff. Okay, so how people do such kind of stuff with Python. So I'll show the code to you. Okay, so since their explanation leads to a lot of time, since because the way which we've been looking at the equations, the way which we have their equivalent interpretations with the libraries which we have, it might be different, right? So you'll be a little bit confusing, or it will be totally new to you. Okay, so that's why. So you can see the equivalent, only one equation which I have, I mean, one equivalent which I have incorporated here. Where is it? Yeah, so I have a lot of relevant stuff like this. I used to have a lot of like this, but I have removed them since it's been pretty confusing if I import a lot of libraries. Since what are the libraries which I've been using for that equivalent operation, for that equivalent mathematical operation, it will confuse you might have. Okay, so that's why I didn't include. Okay, we'll see that all those stuff relates to that as well. Fine, right? So let me know if there is any domain if we have missed out. So these are the domains. I mean, the few domains which have been strong on somehow. Okay, so that's why I have taken it up. Okay, so easy. Probably I used to work in IoT. I used to work in and I used to and I did this control stuff. I mean, ADCS on control systems as my final year project. So that's totally. It might be, even though it may be in a different language. So but I have those insights, right? So fine. Yeah, so yeah, so that's how. Thank you, thanks a lot for this. And let me look into the queries, okay, which I have. So I didn't see. Yeah, okay, so if you have any questions, you can ask us. Okay, right? Yeah, so thanks a lot. Okay, so Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for this. Tomorrow we
Okay.
will be covering all those topics again. Fine. So
Yeah. Okay, Ramesh. Ramesh Bala here. Team, thank you so much for being participating in the session, and thank you, Ramesh, for conducting this. Ramesh, there are a few questions that was actually in the question sheet. Was
yes,
it?
I just addressed it out already. So they have been.
It's covered. It's covered, right?
Yes.
Okay. Uh,
Those questions have been posted long back actually, 320, 312 like that. So I have addressed them already. So I mean, it's been more on deep learning. So tomorrow already we have a session, so we'll be going more much into it. So that's why. So orally explained. I don't have PPTs as of now, so that's why I orally explained it.
Okay, Ramesh. Participants, few people have asked what is the time for tomorrow. So we'll start by 9:30. Okay, 9:30 should be good enough. So we have a speaker from CTS at Cognizant actually. So like today, it's like a 1 hour session, elimination session from them. And once that is done, we will again continue with our explanation about the specific topics in Python. Okay, which we will actually go in more of hands-on, like looking at the code base, walking it through that, and that is how it will be explained. Okay, so I'm sure that the feedback from today's session will also be incorporated tomorrow, and we will make sure that it's more engaging. Okay, so the timing is the same one, 9:30. We will actually start tomorrow. The link for tomorrow's session will be shared in the description box, in the description itself, in the video description. The link for tomorrow's session, because this will expire actually. This will expire after 24 hours. So the same link will not be useful. The link for tomorrow's session will be updated in the description box itself. You can just, and this is a recorded session. So this will be available for you to review at later point of time as well. Okay. So make sure that you take the assessment, because the people who have taken the assessment will only be able to, we will be able to reach out to them as participants and issue the certificates and provide the follow-up, I mean the code, source code, and the presentation slides and those things, right? If needed, we will have a conversation with them. So make sure that you take the pre-assessment test with all your details fulfilled, and also and also fill the feedback form. Okay, so there's a feedback actually that's actually shared for the morning session. There will also be a feedback link shared for the afternoon session. So once you finish that, we will take it forward. Okay, so afternoon session timing. Okay, I could see that afternoon session timing. We will break for lunch at 1 o'clock. Okay, so we'll start from 9:30. Once the session from Cognitive Technology is over at 10:30, we'll have our Python session. We'll break for lunch at 1 o'clock, and from 2 o'clock we will have our afternoon session. Is that fine with you all? You can actually type in the live chat session in the YouTube. Is this fine? Is this timing fine with you all? We will end by 4:30. We will end it for tomorrow as well. Okay, I think everyone is fine with that. So we will look forward for the link for tomorrow's session in the description box, and also the feedback session. Feedback link, we will share it with you. Okay, cool. Thank you so much, team. Thank you so much, everyone. Sure. So for in case some people have missed out today, they can actually still be part of this tomorrow and start taking it. Yeah, I'll stop with this. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Thanks, Ramesh. We can finish this call. We can stop this and we can finish this.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Shall we?
Bye.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You can halt it.
Just a minute. Let me check with the CUIC team alone.
Okay, sir. Sure.
Ramesh, we can finalize the session. We can close the session.
Yeah, sure, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, sir. I'm closing. I'm closing now, sir. Okay, right, sir? Okay.
Yeah, you can close it, Ramesh.